Hello and welcome to the Orlando Regional and the RoboShow Orlando. I am James Austin. This is Gabe Salas.
How's it going?
And we just watched the first match of the elimination tournament here in Orlando. We're going to introduce our crew real quick. As I said, I'm James Austin. This is Gabe Salas. But we also have a crew down at the curtain ready to give you on-the-field interviews with teams. Let's go down and meet them now.
Hey guys, my name's Jessie. Can't wait to help you guys out today.
Hi, I'm Bethany. I'm excited about this elimination round.
Yeah. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much. So let's talk a little bit about that first match because it was intense. The number 1 alliance lost to the number 8 alliance in kind of a gear-for-gear shootout that Red kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. It seemed like they kind of stepped on each other's toes. There wasn't a lot of coordination. Blue kind of maintained the pace with their game plan, and it didn't seem like they interfered a lot with the Red alliance. So throughout that whole match, we noticed that they played really well as a result, and it ended up showing because they were well coordinated. But it seemed like towards the end of that match, they were in that corner trying to free spam. They got stuck on fuel and trying to push them out of the way. The Rembrandts, 4481, is trying to get them out. So as a result, they end up running into an alliance partner that was trying to hang. Big
Bad news, got that free hang.
Left and right, and that was it. So it looks like we're about ready to get back onto the field with the next match. Take it back live there.
Alliance Captain, Team 79.
Team Crunch from Tarpon Springs.
And their dapper partners. Rounding it out, we got Team 3556.
From Lake City, Get Smart.
All right, we got a green light. And I think we got a thumbs up. All right. Pilots, prepare to take flight. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Team 3556 Get Smart delivers a gear for Blue. Team 180 Spam delivers a rotor for Red. And what in rotation? Both rotors are spinning in the autonomous mode. We got 5 kPa in the autonomous mode for the Red Alliance, giving the Red Alliance a lead in this match, 75-70. Team 4064 in Zombiacs, delivering a gear. Whew, pilot being very careful. That gear was just on the tip of that stinger. Looks like the Zombiacs might be dead on the field. Oh no, they're moving again. They came back to life. One minute, 15 seconds. Team 3556, Get Smart, delivering another gear and shooting some fuel while they're at it. Here comes Crunch, also trying to get a gear over to their pilots for the Blue. Meanwhile, red side of the field, Team 108, Sigma Cats, delivering a gear for Red. Less than a minute in this match. "35 seconds left. Get ready for the end game. It's a close one. So far, only 5 points separates the red and blue alliances. Lots of fuel being shot over for the blue boiler. Team 386 is grabbed onto the rope and they're taking off. 79 is getting ready for flight. 108 Sigma Cats getting ready for flight. 10 seconds left. Here goes 36-53. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1.
Awesome.
That was.
match.
I'm so excited we're finally seeing 4 rotors because we only saw, I think, 2 during the qualification matches.
It was 2 on average. Well, 3 technically, because you have to count the middle one. So,
Oh, yeah.
we were seeing like 2 and 3 rotors each match. We only saw 1 4-rotor match during qualifying. Second match, unexpected to see it this early in elimination, but it's a good sign of things to come.
Yeah. So what do you think the Blue Alliance needs to do to maintain that pace? Because they were really close on that 10 seconds.
They were providing a supply chain to 79. 79 has that floor pickup with their gear, and basically they just kept coming in and either feeding it to a 79, which is crunch, or they're delivering it themselves, delivering the gears themselves.
I know it was it was a really well done thing, and we talked earlier, and you guys didn't see it because we have to have some private moments, me and Gabe.
It happens.
So we were talking about how important we think gear pickup mechanisms are going to be, especially in this field with a lot of teams that can run gears really well from the human run zone.
scores.
Pause for a moment because we're going to see the final score.
It's the Blue Alliance. 390 to 260, a new high score.
Penalties on that high score.
We have all
Yeah, so
4
anyway, we
rotors.
talked
We're
about a lot of
spinning for
robots in
blue.
this field are really
First
good at
time
running
that
gears from
that's
human player,
happened
and that's
here
what
in
they've been
Florida.
practicing.
Yes.
But we think the first pick in the Alliance, or the first pick of the whole round, is the best floor pickup robot we've seen. Do you think that's really going to be critical to get those 4 rotors that we saw?
Absolutely. I see like with the cycling, they're able to counter any defensive tactics that they have as a result. I think being able to not only cycle the gears, but effectively be able to have a floor pickup game is critical to counter any defense, because if you try to like slow down or get in the way of another robot, it doesn't matter because there's 2 other robots that are able to supplement and do the exact same thing. So the idea is that if you're going to slow them down, you got to do it on 2 fronts, you know, and basically control your airship zone.
Which means sacrificing probably a robot that you really need to run gears to try to match with it.
Exactly.
Let's take a break from gears for a second and talk about the autonomous mode we saw in that particular last match and a little bit earlier. Do you think those autonomous modes are going to become a factor to get those little extra fuel points to try to get over the 3 or 4 rotor match?
Yes, it's what's going to decide the tie. You know, in South Florida, going back to week 1, it was very little shooting from the fuel into the boiler. There was only a handful of teams, like 2 or 3, that were able to do that and do that well. We saw back-to-back-to-back rubber matches in elimination rounds in week 1 in South Florida.
Yeah.
And there's a hierarchy of like, what are the prerequisites to break the tie? And they went down to the 5th tier, and they still couldn't break the tie. Incredible, you know, that this was in elimination rounds in South Florida. So there's enough teams here at this regional shooting. It could happen. It's unlikely, in my opinion, for that to happen as a result. But it looks like they're going to get ready to go ahead and start with the next match, so we bring it back onto the field.
Blue. Starting it off, we got team 5842.
Royal Robotics from Newport Richey, Florida.
And their partner, the Alliance captain, number 2 seed, team 744.
Shark Attack from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And their partner, team 4592.
Mighty Mechanical Mustangs from Hollywood, Florida.
All right, here we go. Blue Alliance this match, starting it off with the veteran team looking good in pink. It's team 233.
The pink team from Melbourne, Florida.
Who are we? Who are we? Who are we? It's team 4065.
Nerds of Prey from Claremont, Florida.
All right, long way around. Rounding it out with the Blue Alliance, we have team 5145.
Wolfbotics from Gainesville, Florida.
4065, the Alliance captain. right, we got a green light. Pilots, prepare for flight. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Team 744, Shark Attack. Looks like they got a gear. Can't tell. There it goes. Over on the blue lines, we have a rotor spinning in the autonomous mode, and the red lines, we also have a rotor spinning. On the blue lines is delivered by Team 4065, the Nerds of Prey. $58.42 on the Red Alliance. Royal Robotics delivering a gear over to the airship. Blue Alliance has one rotor spinning. Now Red Alliance has their rotor spinning. That's 2 and 2. One minute, 20 seconds in this match. We have 2 more gears over there for the Red Alliance, and they're spinning up. Here we go. Another rotor is now spinning. That's 3 for Red. Team 233, the pink team, back for more, scooping up some fuel along the way. Team 4065, Royal Robot Nerds of Prey, delivering another gear over there for blue. "30 seconds left. Airship pilots are dropping down the lines, getting ready for their robots to take flight. Here comes the Nerds of Prey on the Blue Alliance, as well as Wolfbotics, both climbing. On the Red Alliance, we got Team 744 Shark Attack and Royal Robotics climbing. 5 seconds left. 3 robots for blue. They got it. 3, 2, 1.
All right, that was an exciting match. While we're waiting for the score, let's go down to the curtain to talk to Team 79. Crunch.
Hey guys, it's Jessie on the field. I have Jacob with me from Team 79. Your quarterfinal 2 match went great. Can you let us know your strategy that got you there?
Yeah, sure. So we were really looking for getting four rotor rotations for the match. We feel like there's going to be a lot of those, even though we kind of started the whole regionals without having a lot of them. So we really expect a lot. So we want to get as many points as possible during the match. So we also expect a lot of ties, and our team wanted to get tiebreakers resolved by shooting balls at the beginning of the match.
That's awesome.
So we had a problem with our autonomous.
All right, one more. And we're back. Sorry about that, Jacob. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So we were having problems with our autonomous mode. So last minute we switched our autonomous mode to our center autonomous, and we finished the match by getting all the gears on the 4 rotors, and our teammates helped a lot. We were having climb problems with one of the teams, but we did great, and we expect to get a lot more points in the future.
Awesome.
So,
we look forward to seeing you in the next match.
Great.
Good luck,
Thanks.
and thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Back to you guys.
So it looks like we're hoping to see some more four-rotor matches as we go through the elimination matches, and I know Crunch is trying to replicate that strategy as they go forward.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the match we just saw. What do you think was the deciding factor in that match?
The deciding factor was the 3 points in autonomous.
Yeah.
They were able to sink the 3 extra points of fuel. Obviously, they had identical, like robots ready for takeoff and the same amount of rotations on the rotors.
Yeah.
They're actually like moving. Equal all that, and then the 3 points came in from the 308 to 305 from that autonomous mode. So
Yeah, and that's why I think the autonomous modes is going to be, it won't decide the match, but it's definitely going to be whoever's leading after autonomous might be a good indicator of who might win that match, because if everything else being equal, those extra three or 4 points you can get from that top boiler is great, which is why I was actually expecting 86 to be picked a little bit earlier than their Alliance captain slot.
Oh, definitely agree with that. Yeah, considering how consistent their autonomous was, they've been hitting it at least 70% of their shots.
Yeah, I 8 or 9 times, 8 or 9 balls in the high boiler basically every match, which is having that extra 8 or 9 points doesn't seem like much when you're seeing scores in the 300s or so, but keep in mind that it's actually pretty, not easy, but it's pretty common to match all the rotor and the robot climb stuff.
Exactly.
And that's one of the things that I think is really going to start to show Alliances standing out, is that autonomous mode.
Yeah, we've seen teams like the Ninjaneers, that's 2383. We've seen, what was it, 58, 42, Royal Robotics.
Yeah.
They all have an autonomous where they move forward, hit the hopper, collect the fuel, and then start firing into the boiler, which is a great way to get that huge jump at the beginning of an autonomous. And then if you get the gear inside to start that single rotation autonomous, that's just perfect. That's a great way to start your match, you know, with a 75-point lead, you know, ahead of the other teams. And alliances that don't have that,
exactly,
it's a huge deficit to overcome and come to Taliot.
Yeah. All right, looks like Dan's announcing on the field, so we're going to go back down to watch the next match.
Mississippi, Siege Robotics.
All right, Blue Alliance, this match to start it off. Ninjas are even harder to see through these crazy glasses here. It's 2383.
The Ninjaneers from Plantation, Florida.
All right. And their partner, veteran team, is 86.
Team Resistance from Jacksonville, Florida.
And rounding it out, we got Team 1065.
From Kissimmee, Florida, the Moose.
All right, the bots are on. Gates are locked. Pilots. We got a thumbs up? Nope. Nope.
Tilt your head forward a little.
Little forward. Hey! There's one.
There's one.
A little bit more forward. Forward. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Ow! There we go. That's why top hats were invented, gentlemen. I'm sure that's what I'll be remembered for. Make sure that goes up on Snapface. On Twitter book.
I'll tweet it right on Facebook.
Yeah. Get it on InstaChat. All right, we got a green light. Pilots, prepare for flight. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Team 456, Ninjaneers for Reds, take a step forward. 2383 for Blue, take a step forward. 2383, the Ninjaneers are now loading up the boiler. How many did they get? 13, 14 fuel into the boiler during that autonomous mode. Holy cow, Ninjaneers. Blue Alliance takes just a commanding lead so far in this match. Red Alliance has a lot of work to do. 1065, the Moose, delivering in another one over to the Blue Pilots. Both red and blue alliances have 2 rotors spinning. One minute, 30 seconds. Team 86 Resistance delivering the gears over to the airship. Here comes 801 Horsepower. And Siege Robotics. Siege gets theirs up first. 801 gets theirs up now. 2 more gears over for red. Here comes the Red Alliance getting their 3rd rotor spinning. Blue Alliance has their 3rd rotor spinning. It's still a close one. 135, 169 is what the scoreboard shows so far with 40 seconds left. Team 86, Team Resistance trying to start shooting some fuel into the boiler. We're in the end game. 801 Horsepower is going up. And they are ready for flight. Here comes Siege Robotics, ready for takeoff. Here comes the other Red Alliance. All 3 robots on red are ready for takeoff. 10 seconds left. Can Blue Alliance match it? Ninjaneers are up. Resistance is up. Moose has got to get up there to the match with 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. They got it! Oh my!
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so we haven't talked about hanging. This seems to be a good match to talk about hanging.
Why not?
So, okay, so coming out of Autonomous, Blue Alliance had something like a 20-point lead.
It was at least a 24-point ahead of Red Alliance.
Mostly because of that double auto shot.
Right, which is amazing. You know, 86 sunk all of their fuel from the hopper to the boiler, so that's 10. And then Ninjaneers got 4 from long distance.
Yeah.
In on the boiler, on top of the gear, so they got a rotation going in. So altogether, it had a 24-point deficit versus the Red Alliance, and that carried them all throughout the rest of the match.
Yeah, and they had that nice, comfy lead for most of it until Red Alliance really got their 3 robots up nice and quick.
Yes.
Got it covered, and Blue decided to give us all heart attacks.
Yes.
So, well, how important do you think matching hanging is going to be? Because how reliable do you think hangers have to be in this game?
They have to be near 100%. I think it's one of those things. It's like you have 30 seconds. You can't be interfered once you start hanging.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a guarantee. You have to do it.
Yeah.
Like, it's why not at this point?
I think once we start getting into week 3 or 4, once teams have like seen the game and then had time to actually build it,
yes,
every team has to have a hanger. And I think in this eliminations, I think a vast majority, if not all, have at least some version of a hanger that we've seen during the qualifications at some
Moving forward, how critical do you think it's important to have not just a hanger, but a faster hanger?
Yeah, because if you can, once we start, so right now the standard seems to be 3 rotors turning and 3 robots up. If you can get that, you have a 50-50 shot of winning that match.
Yes.
Regardless of what happens. Once we start getting closer and closer to that 4th rotor,
yes, the
speed of your climb becomes more and more important because you start shrinking that 30-second down to add the gear time in.
Yes.
So I think if teams have a hanger and they have it working pretty well right now, start shrinking that time. You need to get it up faster. You need to get it attached quicker, which seems to be what's giving most of the teams trouble.
One thing I've noticed is like usually around the 1 minute mark left on the clock, if you're not working on your 4th rotor, odds are it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You start thinking about, getting ready for the climb or play interference to prevent the other alliance from stopping a 3 rotor from happening.
Yeah, and I think a lot of drive teams are going to have to be more aware of the game situation, even more than in previous years, because that 4th rotor is such a reach,
yes,
because you have to get so many gears, you have to plan really early if you not get it. But the good news is, if you know you're not getting that 4th rotor, that takes a lot of pressure off your shoulders, because now you have probably like a minute, maybe 45 seconds to do other things. Get the hang, make sure you get the hang.
Yes.
If you have a fuel score, maybe try to get a couple extra fuel just to get that little extra edge over the other alliance. So that's, I think, going to become more and more critical as we get later into the weeks.
Definitely. Now, I want to talk back about that autonomous.
Yeah.
It's the first time we've seen here at this event where we see not 1 but 2.
Yeah.
2 robots exactly synchronize their shooting. Do Do you think we're going to see more of that later in this competition?
I don't. In this weekend, I don't think so. I think it's too late to really coordinate, and a lot of teams kind of knew out of week one that fuel was going to be a tiebreaker in some cases. I think once they start seeing autonomouses start working more and more reliably, teams are going to start putting more and more pressure on it to get it. So that's when we start to see, because you can only really get one rotor in autonomous. Like, you can try real hard for 2 rotors, but it's difficult.
Yes.
So I think teams would be better served to try to get 2 fuel robots scoring and a rotor in.
Yes.
Because if you can get 86's or close to 86's reliability, sync maybe 7 or 8.
Yes.
I mean, you're already on a head start to kilopascals if you have a shooter that can do high volume, which we haven't really seen yet. And you've gotten all those extra points, and you're no worse off than you would have been if you'd run a gear and then had 2 gears up there, which, I mean, it helps you because you instantly get that second rotor, but really, for autonomous point value-wise, it's a wasted time.
It depends on like how you see it, how reliable that shooter is. Because
true.
like moving to elimination, the scoring rubric kind of changes. It's no longer ranking points that you get.
Yeah.
Because when you hit your 40 kilopascals in elimination, you only get a bonus of 20 points.
Yeah.
Versus if you get your 4 rotor, you now have an extra 100 points being dumped onto your alliance.
That's true. I guess a lot of it has to come down to scouting, and if you think the other alliance has a decent shot at 4 rotors, we're going to see them start to plan out, well, we're pretty sure this alliance isn't going to get their 4th rotor, so let's start planning for 3, and then how do we beat a 3 rotor? So, what was the score of that last match? Should we see it? Oh,
it's coming up
speaking
right
of
now.
which, scores.
It's the Blue Alliance with a score of 321 to 235. One of the touchpads came off for the red.
Touchpad. So.
Oh, yeah, it's important.
Yes.
Yeah, so for those of us who aren't as familiar with the game, when you go up and hit that touchpad, you have to hold it for at least a second by the end of the match. And if you go and hit it and then your robot sinks away, releases that pressure, you lose the credit for the hang. And that seems to be what happened to one of the red robots.
Yeah, it seems to happen every now and then. These are people when they hit the locking mechanism or when they have the hang. It shows the light lit, but as soon as they hit the mechanism, there's a snag. There's a little bit of a drop sometimes, with the dead weight of the robot, with all that tension release once you hit the locking mechanism.
Or occasionally the rope just stretches.
That's true. We noticed that when the robot starts swinging back and forth on the L bracket, and it actually is like sawing part of the rope. And we've seen a couple of like rope snaps that happen throughout the competition.
All right, looks like we have 1872 down at the curtain to chat with us, so let's go ahead and see what they have to say.
Hey guys, what's your name?
Gabriel.
Awesome. So, can you tell me a little bit about what happened during that match?
Well, I believe we had a pretty strong strategy in terms of gears, pickup, and defense. My driver in 1872 did an excellent job. It's just that we had issues when approaching the climbing the rope situation because we tried to incorporate a new system of adding Velcro into the rope mechanism. That way it could always stick and have 100% accuracy. But it resulted in some issues when it came into the locking mechanism of the rope mechanism. So that's what happened, why we couldn't climb.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for giving us that input. Back to you guys.
And hopefully they were able to prevent that from happening in the future. And how frustrating it can be to endure that, especially during elimination.
Looks like the match is getting ready to start back on the field, so we'll head down there.
And their alliance captain hit the deck. It's Team 59.
From Miami, Florida, it's Ramtech.
Rounding it out, we got Team 5872.
From Fort Lauderdale, Florida, it's the Wired Cats.
All right, got a green light. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous period underway. Looks like Red Alliance and Blue Alliance both able to get that gear into the airship. Ramtech firing back towards the boiler. Looks like a couple might have made it in. Make that 3 KPA, giving them a 3-point advantage coming into the teleoperated period. Team 4481 Rembrandts quickly depositing that gear on the peg. Spam already dropping their second gear. 2 rotors on each side, turning very quickly. Quick back and forth. That is Steamworks. Team 180 Spam already dropping a third gear. 1744. Oh, just barely losing that gear off the peg. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, 2 gears left for that third rotor. Looks like they're able to get both of them in the airship. 58-72 Wildcats dropping it off. They're going to get that third rotor turning and get the lead. At the same time, the Red Alliance has their third rotor turning. Just over 1 minute left to play. Plenty of time for more points to get scored. The minefield has been deployed by Mars. We saw it happen in the last match, having an effect. Tough defense from the Wildcats on Spam, trying to slow down these machines from getting those gears going. 44-81 Team Rembrandt's having the same problems. 2 robots playing defense. A breeze as Spam comes flying by. Coming up on 35 seconds left to play. Looks like only 2 more gears required for that fourth rotor. 1 more. 59 Ramtech shooting some more fuel into the hopper. Ropes are deployed. Robots are climbing. Spam's up. Ramtech climbing up. So's Mars. All 3 machines going up. 10 seconds to go. 3 red, 3 blue robots going for the last rotor. They get the last rotor as time ends out. Will that be the difference? That's a 100-point bonus if they had all 4 turning.
Yeah.
They didn't drop the rope.
All right, so we're very excited about the match too. Okay, so let's talk a little bit. Let's start at the front.
Yes.
That autonomous.
Yes.
So first of all, Red did something. Oh, so let's go scores real quick. And we're doing an airship race.
The win.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Forcing that third rubber match. 398 points to 259. They're going to do it again. We'll see in just a few minutes.
We talked a little bit about, when we were coming back last time, about not releasing the rotor and celebrating too early. Basically what they were doing, is they were getting that fourth rotor and they ignored the rope completely. Most cases, that's a really terrible idea. But in this case, that was their fourth rotor. They had finally gotten enough and they got the extra 100-point bonus instead of that hang. Do you think that was the pilot making a conscious decision, or do you think the pilot was, oh, I see a gear, need to put it on, need to turn the rotors?
I think it's mostly just like spur of the moment. It's like gear the entire match, and then all of a sudden, like, they didn't hear.
Yeah.
30 seconds left, guys. We got to do something about the rope.
Yeah.
So it's mostly just like you get in the flow of a routine, and you kind of forget about time and time management, and that happens.
And I got to say, the most unusual thing about this game, of course, is the pilots on the field. And that's really something that it's something First has never done before, and it's a lot of pressure on those pilots. And I know drive teams always have pressure. It's one of the most visible things, and you work 6 months on a robot, and you want to get the best people driving it, and you want it to work well. But the pilots are just so mission critical this time. They can't really win you many matches, but boy, they can lose you matches.
Oh, for sure.
And in that case, the pilots did a great job. They made the right decision. They did it good. But it's just hard to keep track of everything on that field, especially when you're on it.
I don't know if you've actually been on the airship before and taken a look.
Not this time.
It's really cool. The view on the field and seeing the robots like kind of swarm around you is amazing. But what's really neat is that you can't see a lot of things around the airship as a result. So looks like we're going to take it back on the field. They're going to start the next match.
Blue, let's see what we do. We start off Red Alliance with team 108.
From Fort Lauderdale, Florida, it's Sigma Cat.
And their partner and Alliance captain, it's team 4064.
From Orlando, Florida, it's the Inzombiacs.
And here they are, charge up. Charge up. it's Team 386.
From Melbourne, Florida, it's Team Voltage.
Blue Alliance, let's start it off. We got Team 3653.
From Pembroke Pines, Florida, it's the Botcats.
And their partner, it's Team 79.
From Tarpon Springs, Florida, it's Team Crunch.
They're the Alliance captain. And they know how to pick a good-looking team when they see it because they pick 35-56.
From Lake City, Florida, it's Get Smart.
Stylish in the suits, like that orange tie. All right, we're ready to go. Pilots, prepare for flight. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous period underway. Shots being fired on both boilers. Looks like Get Smart was able to drop that gear. Oh, didn't work. 108 lost it as well. The rare miss for both of these teams. That means 3-point advantage for the Blue Alliance. 1 KPA for blue, 3 for red. Teleoperated period underway. Robots being controlled now by their human operators. Team 108 Sigma Cats and their alliance partner Team Voltage at that loading station. 108 coming across, looking to be first for the Red Alliance to put a gear up so they can get that second rotor turning, which you see on the blue side already spinning. It's in the airship. It will be turning shortly. Little bump and run as they come through. 386 Voltage at the window, receives the gear and gets back to it. 36-53, the Botcats come into contact with Zombiacs. Their amber lamp is solid. They've lost comms. We'll see if they can get back up and running. Big hit in the middle of the field, not helping them out. Botcats at the window, trying to clear some space. All those gears that's dropped in front of the window, not helping them out. Just under 1 minute left to play. A little bit of a tussle between 108 and 79 as 108 gets to the peg, drops another gear off. One gear left for the Blue Alliance to get the third rotor going. Looks like one left for red as well, but that's in the airship. There it is. 1, 2, 3. That's 3 rotors for red. Blue not far behind. 1, 2, 3 turns, and there it goes. That sound means there are 30 seconds left. Zombiacs back moving. They're ready to hang. They're in position. 386 Voltage. You can hear the winch running. Botcats are up. Crunch is climbing. And Get Smart is up. All 3 blue robots quickly up. Only 1 red. 10 seconds to go. Zombiacs eye of tension. 108 hasn't quite gotten it yet. 5 seconds to go. They got hooked up. Can they make it in 3, 2, 1? No!
All right, looks like red was leading on the live score there as we went up. We'll make sure we update you on. Oh, scores are coming right up now. Or not? There we go. Here come the scores.
Take it home. Moving
All right,
on.
looks like the Blue Alliance won 311 to 233. All right, so no repeat for Voltage from the South Florida Regional. Our South Florida champions have been knocked out already.
Incredible. I thought that they were going to be able to secure their autonomous on 386. It seemed like both alliances, the red and blue, had difficulty hitting off their autonomous compared to that first match that they played.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about what you think might have happened on that red alliance there. Actually, before we talk about that, let's talk to Spam, who's at the curtain with our reporters there.
Hey guys, we have Tyler from Team Spam. So tell me a little bit more about that first match you played in. I know you guys got a little tripped up. Can you explain that?
So basically what happened was when we were going back for the last gear, I was told to cut it off. We already had all 4 gears, right? We had another robot that already had a gear, and it was all going to be all right. What I didn't realize, and I never experienced before in any of our practice, not at the pit, not here, never, was that when I threw the robot into reverse when I was in high gear, it would do a bit of a wheelie. When I did that wheelie, went right up on top of the balls, went forward, not realizing where it was, and just totally stranded myself. When I realized I was stranded, we had the other team try and come over and save us, but in the process knocked the other robot while it was climbing, causing penalty points there. Also missing the 12th gear. So that's basically what happened during our first match.
I'm sorry to hear about that, but
Yeah.
I mean, at least your team came in and tried to help out. That's some good GP. So then you came out and won your last match, quarterfinal match 6, I believe. Tell me more about how you went from getting stuck to turning around for that win.
Well, basically, we tried to run our same match strategy again. We learned from our mistakes in the last one. We made sure not to boost into high gear right on top of the balls that time, and basically just made sure everything worked. We also switched out who did the central autonomous, so we got that point right away at the beginning, and went well. Only thing I wish could have happened was the last hang could have happened, but we can't win them all.
Can't win them all, that's right. All right, thanks so much, Tyler. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, yeah, that was something we kind of noticed. I thought it was defense that got them shoved onto balls, but apparently it was just the drivetrain was too quick.
Yeah, apparently, just pop that wheelie right up.
Yeah,
so.
and that's one of the things we haven't seen a lot is the fuel that really binds things up. We're going to go ahead and go down to the field now for the next quarterfinal match.
In this quarterfinal, red needs 1 to pick it up. We've got Alliance 7 in red, and Alliance 2 in red, and Alliance 7 in blue. We'll start it off in the red alliance. We got team 5842.
From Newport Richey, Florida, it's Royal Robotics.
And their partner, team 744.
From Fort Lauderdale, Florida, it's Shark Attack.
And their partner, it's team 4592.
From Hollywood, Florida, it's M3, the Mighty Mechanical Mustangs.
744 is your captain on this side.
Woohoo!
That's good. Blue Alliance, starting off veteran team that won many a regional. It's team 233.
From Rockledge and Cocoa Beach, Florida's, it's the Pink Team.
And their alliance captain, it's team, who are we? 4065.
From Claremont, Florida, it's Nerds of Prey.
And rounding it out, we got team 5145.
From Gainesville, Florida, it's Wolfbotics.
The bots are on, the gates are being locked, kind of. We need ropes. Throw me a rope. There we go. Pilots, prepare for flight. Drivers behind the line. Perhaps. Okay. There we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Autonomous period. Shots flying from the pink machine. Their alliance partner able to get that gear on the peg. It's on the teetering edge, and yes, they pulled it in. There's a shooter on the red side as well, filling up that boiler. 1 point advantage to the red alliance, 83 to 82. One more piece of pressure. The pressure is critical tiebreaker in many a match so far. Robots working the gears now. Big hit between Royal and Pink Team right in front of that gear loading station. Trying to get lined up, 45-92. M3 right on that peg. There they go, they drop it and run. Lots of defense being played by Royal Robotics, trying to keep those blue machines from getting those gears. Lots of robot interaction. Wolfbotics trying to get through, but Royal not letting them pass. 3 blue machines tied up from that one robot. Great job for the team from Newport Richey to play that tough defense, shutting them down. That's why the Red Alliance has 2 rotors turning. Blue Alliance has 1, but they're not far behind. That last gear is in the airship, turning 1, 2, 3. 2 rotors there, 3 rotors on both airships with 45 seconds on the clock. It's a tough match. Robots just pushing on robots left and right. 51-45. Wolfbotics drop another gear off a little dance. That sound means there are 30 seconds left to play. Ropes are being deployed. Looks like 40-65 Nerds of Prey are hooked up and climbing, as is Royal Robotics. Couple shots going up from the pink team. They're hooked up. They've got tension. Can they get high enough in 7 seconds? They're climbing. 4, 3, 2, 1. All 6 robots in the air.
Oh, man, another really close match and one that looked like in live scoring that kilopascals were the deciding factor.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it was just a 1-point difference right after autonomous.
Oh, scores are coming up already.
Okay.
Looks like the Red Alliance got that one. Score of 316 to 312, and it was the pressure points. That's the difference. Tied on automobility, rotor score, and ready for takeoff score.
It looks like it's going to go to a rubber match then.
Yeah, it looks like. So let's talk about that first autonomous from Red that got them that first initial lead that they held all the way through the match. What do you think it is that is about that particular autonomous? Is it just the ambition of it, or is it like because they're shooting just such a volume, they're bound to get 7 or 8 in?
I mean, it's kind of like shotgun method, you know. You just, you know, you hope that part of the deluge of fuel that's going towards like the boiler, some of it's going to make it in as a result, and that's what ended up happening. So that's, I think, part of the strategy. Do they have plans on like honing it in? It would be to their advantage.
Yeah.
Especially since we're seeing some alliances where have 2 robots dumping fuel into the boiler at the same time. So it's in their best interest to try to hone that in as much as possible.
Yeah, and the only way one robot can really match 2 robots in the kilopascals is to go to the hopper, because you only start with 10. So we were talking a little bit earlier about how teams might have to start making strategic decisions based on scores as to whether to focus a couple fuel into the boiler or focus on getting that last couple gears in to get the rotors. That was one of the instances where it looked like if the Blue Alliance had maybe seen it a little bit earlier and focused on kilopascals, at least initially, they might have been able to make up some of that difference. What do you think about that?
I think that's pretty accurate for the most part, because we saw this past match, 58-42, Royal Robotics.
Yeah.
They played a very good defense. We didn't see any penalties. I was really scared they were probably going to start getting penalized. They were blocking 2 robots from Blue back and forth, you know, in the corner where they collect their gear and be able to stop their gameplay as a result. On Blue, what I would recommend for them is to kind of calculate, you know what, is it worth getting that 3rd rotor where we're at right now with the amount of defense that's being played?
Yeah.
And at that point, it's like, no, let's go ahead and fill up the kilopascals with the boiler and then try to close that gap so we don't lose next time by 4 points.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like the next match is getting announced now, so we'll go down to the field.
Siege Robotics.
All right, they've got to defeat this Blue Alliance on this match. Who are they?
Starting off with Team 2383 from Plantation, Florida, it's the Ninjaneers.
And also in the blue.
From Jacksonville, Florida, that's Team 86, Team Resistance.
And in the blue, we have the Moose.
1065 from Kissimmee, Florida, it's the Moose.
All right. All right, let's get the field buttoned up. All right, I think we got the field ready. Scoreboard's ready. Referees, are you ready? Let's do it. 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous period underway. Shots being fired on the blue boiler. Looks like we've got a lot of shots, but no gears on the blue. Oh, yes, we did. Blue Alliance did get a gear. So did Red. 12 kPa, jumping up to 87 to 75. 2 shooting machines on the Blue Alliance. Team Resistance, one of the more senior teams in the field today, lined up, bringing that gear up. They're going to get that second rotor turning, but not far behind is the Red Alliance. Spinning it up, 2 rotors apiece. Team 801 Horsepower receiving a gear from their human player at that feeding station, coming across, oh, nearly tipping over from the big impact with the Moose. Moose impacts are serious. 1:20 left to play. Team 1872 receives a gear, comes flying across the field. Ready to drop that gear off. Try to get some points. Running a little interference. Making contact with the Moose. Trying to slow this Blue Alliance down. 1 minute left to play. 801 Horsepower. Swerving their way. Oh, once again wheeling as they come through. 2383. Ninjaneers has a gear. Red Alliance looking to still get that third rotor turning. They need just one more gear with 40 seconds left to play. It's in the airship. 1, 2, 3. 3 rotors apiece. As we get to endgame, it's going to come down to the climbs. Remember, Blue Alliance did score a lot of points in the boiler in that autonomous period. That also could be the difference. Quick climb as ever. 1872, hopefully they can stay up there. They come back down. We saw that happen to them before. 3 blue robots. 801 is hooked up and pulling up. 7, 6, 5 seconds to go. They're in position. 3, not quite able to make it happen. There it goes. I don't know what that 18.
Insane.
That was a fantastic match. Very little defense that I really saw.
Yes.
But I think we saw, that was the first match of Steamworks I saw played that looked like the way I thought it should have come out at kickoff. Some fuel being shot in the boiler, a lot of robots flying around the field, 3 robots hanging at the end, and just propellers spinning everywhere.
Yes.
I think that was the way I think it was designed to look.
Well said. I mean, in different phases, like throughout the entire match, it was still a 12-point spread from autonomous. And I'm like, does Red realize they need to close that gap? You know, and I don't know. And then they didn't even stop them at the gears because around like the 50-second mark, we're like, do they need 3 more gears before they get a 4-rotor?
And then suddenly at 30 seconds, they had the last gear on the spring. And then the human player was so distracted with the ropes.
We see like the driver's alliance wall jumping up and down, pointing, gear, like I dropped the rope. You know, like the pilot's
I got it covered.
The pilot's like looking around like, what do I do now? And they're like, they keep pointing towards the gear. She can't see it at all, like the gear.
That's what I'm saying. The pilot is such a rough position for human players this year. It can't win you a match. Like it's really hard for a pilot to do some sort of epic thing to win the match. But man, they'll lose you matches.
Definitely. So, I got a solution for you guys. Here's a tidbit. One thing you guys can do, we'll throw back from the dead ball a sign. We got these guys. So, laminate these guys front and back, same thing. So, you grab it, you put it on the driver's station wall, you pound real hard. Hey,
you say, gear!
Pilot, look, gear!
Or,
rope! You didn't do it right. Drop the rope, do something. So they're like, oh, okay, because behind that wall, you can't hear. There's too much music, everyone's yelling and screaming, and that wall is a barrier. You try screaming through the wall, it's not going to happen.
Not at all.
There is a small gap between the boiler and the driver's station wall. You can yell, and they may hear you, but
you
it's
can
still
try
not
to
a good
yell.
solution. Yeah, you still try to yell. Eventually, you're going to lose your voice. And that's not a good solution. This is the way to go. This is a legal way to communicate to your pilots so they know what's going on.
As long as your pilots know what it is, just any sort of signal that they can understand quickly.
Pound that wall and point. Just it's simple. Just it gets the job done. We've seen these used today. It worked. It saved the match as a result. The visibility, going back to the pilots in the airship, it's hard.
Yeah.
She didn't see the gear for a solid 10 seconds.
Well, and it's because if you have a good gear mechanism, you put that gear as far back in the spring as you can, and that's even harder to see for the pilot.
Right. And then sometimes we see where they deploy the rope and they continue grabbing gears or doing other stuff, management on the airship, and they don't double check and look over the railing to see, hey, did the rope fully deploy?
Fall? Yeah, and it just in pilots, if you're bored on the airship, just check everything.
Yes, absolutely. Because we saw her standing with her hands kind of always like,
well,
I did a great job.
It looked like the match was done.
It was almost
done. The rope
done.
was dropped. They were climbing. The robots weren't doing anything else, but she didn't see them drop off the gear.
I'm on the philosophy, sheer terror. 2 minutes. You should be constantly checking everything, panicking, going back and forth, but in a cool, collected manner, like with purpose. You know what your job is. Gears, and then rope, and then check for gears, go back to gears, but at the same time, it's hard not to give them flack sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
It's because the spotlight is on you.
Exactly.
You're in the middle of the field. Everyone sees great what's going around you, and you have the hardest time with a lot of that visibility.
Yeah, so let's talk real quickly about how the match played. I think that's the earliest I have seen enough gears on the airship for the fourth rotor. It was 30 seconds, I think, when the final gear got delivered.
Yes, it was. So it was delivered. They didn't pull it out, and we're just waiting.
Yeah, but robot-wise, they had the cycle just down.
Yes.
What do you think alliances have to do to really get that flow right?
The flow right, I think it has to be communication behind the wall and coordinating who's going and when, because you don't want all three to make their way to pick up the gears at the same time.
Yeah.
So I think if you have it in a rotation where it's always one in the station, one loading, and one in transit, if you have it cycled that manner where it's just a steady stream, that'll be perfect. Looks like the scores are coming up.
This might be a new high score for the day. And it looks like the Blue Alliance wins with a score of 459 points to 306 from the Red Alliance. So that is massive. And I think we actually have 86 down at the curtain to chat about that last match. Let's go talk to him now.
All right, I have Nick here, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about what they did during that match.
So during this match, my team was mainly focusing on cleaning up gears that were missed from our other two alliances, from our other two alliance members. What they were doing was rotating on and off, going down to the pickup station where they were able to get gears and bringing them back. Every time all they did was they brought them back and then put them on the peg. Anytime they missed, we went and cleaned it up and got 100% of the gears up onto the pegs.
That is that's fantastic. Well, thank you so much for that. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Back to you.
All right, it looks like they're announcing the next match now, so we're just going to go straight back to the field.
Florida, it's Spam.
And the remaining team on the #1 alliance.
4481 coming to us from Eindhoven, Netherlands. It's Team Rembrandt.
All right. And they're going against this really tough #8 alliance. Who do we have in the blue?
1523 from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. It's Mega Awesome Robotic Systems Mars.
And also in the blue,
team number 59 from Miami, Florida. It's Ramtech.
And rounding out the blue alliance,
this 5872 from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It's the Wiredcats.
all right, looks like we've got the field buttoned up. Scoreboard's ready. Refs, are you ready? Thumbs up. 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous underway. Tiebreaker match. #1. Looks like Red Alliance will get that gear. In autonomous, Blue Alliance unable to do so. A very rare miss from 59. They did get some points in the boiler, just 2 though. Big hit right out of the box between Ramtech and Team Rembrandts. Team 180 Spam already dropping their second gear off after autonomous. All 3 red robots scurrying back, making their way to that zone. Team 59 Ramtech filling that hopper up full of fuel. 58-72, that's the Wildcats trying to get themselves in position to receive a gear. 1744. Oh, losing the gear after they drop it. Team 180 Spam putting the hurt on the team from Jupiter. Some might call them sister teams, but not in this match. They're playing hard. Just over 1 minute to go. Spam pushing 2 blue robots across the field as they make their way to the peg. Real-time scoring showing Red Alliance with the big lead. Big pile of balls and gears in front of the red loading zone. Spam receives another gear coming across. They're looking for 4 rotors. They've got 3. Looks like 1 more gear and they're going to have it. And that gear is on the Spam machine with 40 seconds left. Plenty of time for them to drop it off. Sorry, 2 more gears left for them to get to 4. We got 3 on blue. 2 gears, 1 gear in the airship. That means 1 more gear required for the Red Alliance to get those points. No robots hooked up for the climb. Spam, touch and go. 1744, climbing slowly. They're up. Mars is up. 58-72, Wildcats having some engagement issues. 5 seconds to go. They can't get a hold of it. 2, 1.
All right, so even with some hefty defense, it looks like the Red Alliance was able to get 4 rotors going. All right. Oops.
We're listening for scores.
Yeah. All right, looks like we're going to wait a little while on scores. So from what I saw, that was the most defense-focused match I've seen from an alliance, the Blue Alliance, trying to slow down the Red Alliance. Do you think that was as successful as they wanted it to be?
I think they were successful in executing their defensive strategy. In the end, it wasn't worth it. Like, and it's hard to say, yeah, you were successful doing that job, but
it wasn't
for the
enough.
outcome, for like the level of play, no. Like they still weren't able to stop them with the 4 rotor.
Yeah.
You know, like if they were able to stop the 4 rotor, I would say, yeah, it was a valid strategy, but they didn't do it as effectively as I hope they did. One thing I noticed was great driving from 59 Ramtech.
Yeah.
They were able to block Spam 180 going from the direct route to the actual like human loading station for the
forcing
gear.
them to, and then great driving from Spam, forcing them to go around the airship and around the other side, which is hard to do when you're blocked by 2 airships.
Exactly. But also with 1523, looks like the score's coming up.
All right, it looks like the Red Alliance is moving on with a score of 447 to 190. Great job by the Red Alliance, but it turns out that #1 Alliance is tuning in their cycling, and so fast.
Extremely fast. I think, what would you say would take to break up that #1 seed?
I mean,
alliance?
I think you have to slow down Spam, you have to slow them down. You're not going to stop them. Their drivers are just too good. They've been training for a long time at it, and they know their robot. What you need to do is slow down Spam and shut down or delay another of the Red Alliance robots, because Rembrandts and 1744 kept up. They did a good job slowing down Spam, and I think they kept them from about 2 I think they held 2 gears basically from Spam, but 4481 and 1744 caught up. Like they did fine. So I think the trick is going to be trying to find where those paths cross for their cycles and trying to be efficient in your stopping. So don't try to play man-on as much on Spam. Try to do zone and try to get as many robots stopped as possible.
That's critical, the zone, because you want them to take the longer route to get to the human loading station.
And you want every robot to take the longer route, not just Spam.
Exactly. You know, because a lot of the focus was aggressive play on 180. You know, from getting to the gear and actually delivering it, but it left the other 2 robots untouched.
Looks like we're going back down to the field for the next match. We'll take you there now.
Go on to the finals. So who do we have in the #2 Alliance in the red?
We've got team 5842 from River Ridge High School. It's Royal Robotics.
And their alliance partner.
Team 744 from Westminster Academy, it's Shark Attack.
And also in the red.
That's 4592 from MacArthur High School, it's M3, the Mighty Mechanical Mustangs.
And they're up against this number 7 alliance in the blue.
That's Team 233 from Vieira, Florida, it's the Pink Team.
And their alliance partner.
That's 4065 from Lake Mineola High School. It's Nerds of Prey.
And also in the blue.
5145 from St. Francis Catholic High School. It's Robotics.
All right. Looks like we almost got the field buttoned up. Got the scoreboard ready. Referee thumbs up. Field is ready. Teams are ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go for the tie-breaking match. Fuel flying towards the blue boiler. Cannot see. Looks like the Red Alliance did get a gear and lots of fuel. Looks like, oh my gosh. I have no idea how much that was. That was a lot. Counting it up still. 12 plus the gear. That's going to be a big hurdle for that Blue Alliance to come back from, but they're going to try. All right, robots now starting to work the gears. Wolfbotics. Oh, I heard some air. Definitely someone lost pressure in that hit. Don't know which machine that was. But there was definitely a big hit. I don't know if it was Wolfbotics or Royal. All the robots seem to be working so far. We'll see what effects that has as the match continues on. Once again, Royal shutting down the alleyway. One red robot tying up 3 blue robots. 744 Shark Attack, fully loaded hopper. Trying to make their way back to the peg. Working on that 3rd gear. Only need 1 more. Blue Alliance needs 2 more. Looks like they've got that gear in the ship. Popping in place. 1, 2, 3. That's 3 rotors for red, 2 for blue. They only need 1 more. Looks like the pink team has that gear in their machine, trying to push through. Can't quite make it happen just yet. Tough defense being played by M3. 30 seconds coming up. All right, 30 seconds left to play. It's going to come down to the climbs. Blue Alliance did not get that 3rd rotor turning. And they had that disadvantage in autonomous, but the climbs, they're huge. Looks like the pink team is hooked up. 5145's hooked up. Bouncing around is 744. Oh, the wine snaps. They came down hard. Some parts broke on the Royal machine. There's a little bit of black parts there.
So that, leaving it all on the field, these robots.
Yes.
Occasionally, all of themselves on the field.
Exactly.
Looks like we're going straight to scores. All right, and the Red Alliance is moving on with a score of 319 to 249. 50 points of penalties on both alliances in that time, canceling each other out. So it really came down to the rotors and pressure.
That's right.
Let's talk a little bit about those penalties. It happened to cancel out this time with 50 points on each side, but a lot of matches we've been seeing over the last week and a little bit earlier today and yesterday was decided by matches, mostly one particular penalty, which is that loading zone penalty.
That's right.
So a lot of teams, for those who don't know, a robot cannot be in an opponent's loading zone and touch an opponent robot. If you do, it's 25 points of penalties, and it tends to rack up because you can get a bunch of them. What can teams do, even if they're trying to play really intense defense, to try to prevent some of those?
It's exactly what you mentioned before, zone. If you just strafe back and forth and block in the middle, think of ping pong or Pong, the arcade game. you just move back and forth in a particular zone and just block them and move laterally back and forth. Just prevent them from moving into like the neutral zone. Doing that is enough to add another 5-10 seconds to their route to deliver gears. And doing that each time, I would say is the best effective way, because if you start playing a chase strategy where chasing the other alliances, all they have to do is shift gears or out juke you, and that's it.
Yeah, especially most of the time, defensive robots are going to be slower than offensive robots. It's just the way they're designed. Looks like we have 79 at the curtain right now, so let's go ahead and have a chat with them.
Okay.
Hey guys, sorry about that. Here I am with Matthew, correct?
Yeah.
From Team 79. So you are about to go up a high-scoring alliance. You're about to go up against them. So tell me a little bit about your strategy to overcome that.
So our strategy and our alliance strategy is just to go gear heavy and try and get all 4 rotors spinning. If we have a chance, if we see an opportunity to be defensive while we're getting gears, we'll take that opportunity. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. So do you have certain robots on your team that are performing those functions? One that's better at defense, one that's better at the gears, or do you all just work as a team?
We're all just kind of working on gears, but our strategy is if we're driving by and we see that the other team has a gear or something and they're about to load, maybe just bump them.
Yeah, and what is your team focusing on?
Gears.
Yeah, all of
And
it.
shooting and autonomous, that's the other thing.
Shooting and autonomous. Okay,
Yes.
have you guys had success with that so far?
Yes.
Awesome.
Somewhat.
Somewhat?
Yeah.
Well, I think you got it for this match, all right?
Okay.
Well, good luck and have fun. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much. So yeah, 79, 36, 53, and 35, 56 are coming up against that #1 alliance, that really quick gear cycling alliance. What do you think? You heard basically they're just trying to 4 rotors. That's going to be their rallying cry during teleoperated. A little bit of autonomous shooting to try to get a little bit of an edge. What do you think they can do to try to make sure they get those 4 rotors? Is it mostly just organizing among the alliance?
Yeah, it has to be the cohesion between all the alliance partners behind the wall. Having that communication there, coordinating with the pilots, of course. And, you can let the #1 seed alliance do their game, but they're just going to get quicker to the 4 rotor, which means that they have extra play for the boiler. So they can start scoring, as many, towards the low, even the high. We saw them doing it both during their competition this weekend.
So do you think if it's a choice between get 4 rotors or play a little defense, do you think the 79 alliance, the #5 alliance, should focus a little bit on defense, even though it might sacrifice that 4th rotor just to try to keep the other alliance at 3?
Here's the thing. I think right now that 5th seed alliance with Crunch, they can outshoot the #1 seed alliance.
Okay.
So if they hit 4 rotors and so does the #1 seed alliance, I think if it comes down to a shooting match for the last, let's say, 20, 30 seconds of the game, they can deliver on that and still hang. I think they have an opportunity.
All right, so it looks like we're heading towards an offensive shootout. I'm actually kind of excited about that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it may play very differently. Like we'll see. Usually the first match, people's like, all right, let's do our game plan.
Yeah.
Let's see how that works, and then calibrate.
Well, everyone has a plan until they're hit in the face. That's how it works.
Absolutely.
So, what do you think of Steamworks as we've seen it develop so far, especially here this weekend?
I'm actually more excited about it this weekend than I was last weekend with week 1. Most of the time, it's just that week 1, everyone's still trying to figure out the bugs of the game and figure out the strategies. Robots are not 100%. They're still trying to fix things up. 15 of those teams from South Florida are here at Orlando.
Yeah.
So they've had a distinct advantage. The majority of them are here in eliminations. And it definitely shows with the way that their autonomous has improved, their gear cycling is as well, and a whole bunch of other different aspects of the game has improved. And so seeing this level of play now in week 2 makes me more excited about what's to come, especially for World Championships.
Yeah, and I didn't think I'd see this level of play at week 2, honestly. I thought we'd have to wait until we got later in the season. So right now at the curtain, we actually have a special treat, the voice of the Orlando Regional, Andrew Rudolph, down at the curtain. Let's go to there.
Hey everybody, just checking in. I've been game announcing. The energy in the arena has been insane. The matches have been going surprisingly well. We had 3 tiebreakers that we really didn't expect to have happen. There was a lot of robots that were getting stuck, the climb. They were hitting the panels and breaking them. Overall, the gameplay has been really intense. The fuel has been important. The hangs, as we know, has been really important. I don't know what you guys have been seeing up there, but down here on the field, it's been pretty impressive so far. What do you guys think, James, Gabe?
Well, we're trying to tell you, and apparently you can't hear us, so we're working on that. No, we tend to agree. We think a lot of what we've seen is I've been impressed so far with the speed of these alliances. We saw one alliance get enough gears to get to 4 props with 30 seconds left to spare, and I think that's something I did not expect to see at all.
Yeah, I actually missed when I was game announcing. I actually missed I think 2 of the 4 rotor things. Barry missed one as well because they're happening in that last second. I mean, impressive. We saw the Rembrandts there at that play, 140-point play, which gave them the win, and now they're going to semifinals, so that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was a real clutch play by the Rembrandts human player. We talked a little bit about it because it was one of those things where they forgot to drop the rope because they were so focused on that gear, but it turned out that was the right choice to make at that time.
Yeah, from what I heard is actually the rope, they deployed it, but it got caught on something. And so she was smart because it was hanging down. If she reached down and touched it, she might have gotten that penalty. So she was smart. She didn't play around with it, and she made sure she got that gear. She knew that was more important, but yeah.
All right. Great play.
Yes, absolutely.
Andrew, real quick, what do you see in terms of Alliance 1 with Spam as well as Alliance 5 with French? What do you think that would be best?
Sounds like intros are getting started, so we should probably get down there.
All right, sure
Sounds good. Thanks for talking to us, Andrew.
See you guys.
All right, like Andrew said, it looks like we're starting intros in the field, so we're going to go down there for a second, see what's up.
Wanted people here. I know. They stole a police car. I don't think they actually stole it, but they're sitting inside it. Bunch of criminals, and they're our #1 seed. Crime pays. No, I'm just kidding. Here we go, guys. Starting off, Red Alliance, #1 seed, and our #5 seed in blue. They're the blue team. Starting off, we got Red Alliance team 1744.
The Robo Rays from Naples, Florida.
And their partner, the Alliance captain and criminals extraordinaire, is team 180.
Team Spam from Stuart, Florida.
And rounding it out, we got team 4481.
The Rembrandts from the Netherlands.
There you go. Blue Alliance. Starting it off, we got team 3653.
The Bot Kits from Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Okay, all right. Not their flags, we get it. This is Shark Attack's flag. Hee hee. That's fun. And their partner and Alliance captain is Team 79.
Team Crunch from Tarpon Springs.
And rounding out, looking dapper, is Team 3556.
Get Smart from Lake City.
All right, here we go. First match played, semifinal 1. Pilots prepare for flight. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here comes Team 180 Spam. Delivering the gear for the Red Alliance, and 3556 Get Smart delivering one. No, the gear did not make it there. They did, however, get 5 fuel into the boiler. Red Alliance got 1 fuel into the boiler. Team 4481 Rembrandts delivering a gear. Team 5653 Botcats delivering a gear. Red Alliance getting 1 rotor going. Blue Alliance getting their rotor going. That's 2 and 2. Team 180 did not steal that police car from the sheriff's office, but they did steal the toilet seat. But the sheriff's office had nothing to go on. One minute, 30 seconds left. Recycle a joke, why not? Here comes 3653, the Bobcats, holding a gear for blue, and Team 4481, Rembrandt's holding one for red, both delivering their gears. Less than a minute now in this match. Team 79 ramming right in to 180, taking a crunch out of that spam robot. Here comes Team 3556, Get Smart, trying to deliver their gear over to the pilots of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has 3 rotors spinning. Blue Alliance now working on their 3rd one. Yes, 3 rotors now spinning for blue. Here goes 180. 180 is ready for flight. All 3 robots on the Blue Alliance are ready for flight. 1744 ready for takeoff. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Here come the Rembrandts. Referees say it's good. Referees are saying it's good.
Oh, man.
I really thought Blue might have had that one until the Rembrandts thought differently.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so we have a couple questions about that match. First of all, it looked like the blue airship had a spring fall off halfway through the match. We'll get more clarification on that in just a second. But until then, let's talk a little bit about what we saw during the match. So first off, that autonomous for blue, they gave it a shot.
Yes.
And they nailed a couple. What'd you say?
They did. There was a 16-point spread at the end of autonomous. And so, again, they were doing their best to kind of like one-up each other and kind of like close that gap and that divide. At the same time, like I was really impressed to see that they were able to close it, especially when it comes to the last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Triple hang, but Red's having to struggle. You have 2 of the robots up, but the 3rd one's having a hard time, snagging on that rope.
Which is not something we're normally used to seeing with this #1 alliance. Is struggling to get anywhere on the field.
Right.
We got the store coming up right now.
Red got it.
All right, and looks like the Red Alliance won it with a score of 337 to 291. Most of those points coming from ready for takeoff, the robots climbing, and their rotors. So, first of all, do you think Blue executed the game plan they wanted to? And if so, do you think they should change it at all?
If they executed the plan they wanted, they would have won.
Fair point.
So that's point 1. Point 2, I'm glad they stopped them from getting a 4 rotor. So I think it's the first time we saw that where all the robots were playing effectively, if that made sense. I had a hard time trying to see exactly what it was that they did to kind of slow the gameplay for the Red Alliance as a result.
Yeah, so, and I agree. I do. It's interesting to see that Red Alliance, who looked like they're playing so well through defense, not get the 4 rotor. Because, and I think what we need to try to figure out in the next match to watch is to find out exactly what the difference between last match's defense for what Red Alliance was and this match's. Was it that zone that showed up, or was it that they just didn't quite execute as well as they did in the last match?
I don't know, and that was one thing that I had a hard time trying to figure out because, like, everyone seemed like they were working. It didn't seem like there was a lot of aggressive play out in the field. In terms of zoning, it was very subtle as far as I can tell. Granted, we're trying to see like a bigger image of like exactly what's going on in the field because there's so much moving around on the field. The human players did their jobs. I didn't see anything wrong with what either alliance did. So overall, to answer your question, everyone played the game that they wanted to play. It's just different result.
So do you think that 79 should change, or do you think the #5 alliance should change up their strategy at all? Or do you think just try to execute better and slow down the Red Alliance more?
If it's the later, yes, they got to slow them down. How do you slow them down more?
That's a good question. Yeah.
So zoning did work. They got to nail their autonomous. They were at a deficit coming out of autonomous. So if they hit their autonomous, awesome. But like I mentioned earlier, they want to force it into a shooting match.
That's true. Yeah.
If they can get into a shooting match, I still feel that they have an advantage.
Okay. What do you think? And this is kind of related to your how do you slow down question. What do you think of teams getting clogged up by field pieces on the field? So if like a gear's in front of your loading, stuff like that, or if a lot of teams I've seen dump fuel, and that tends to get into the loading station as you dump it.
Yes.
How do you think teams are going to be dealing with that as it shows up?
I think it's going to be like case-to-case sort of perspective, and I think a lot of it is people are worried about G21, which is specifically not utilizing the game pieces and elements to an unfair advantage or disadvantage out on the field. That can be interpreted very broadly. So far at this regional, it's been interpreted as where we saw one team knock down all the fuel, mostly because a gear actually went into their hopper. They couldn't do anything to score effectively because that would penalize their own alliance. So as a result, they decided to play strategic defense by knocking all the fuel and shoving them into scoring positions, preventing the other alliance from actually being able to score. So if that's how it's being called, then it's better to just hit the E-stop at an inconvenient spot on the field and maybe play it that way, or play like zoning at defense.
Or at least just put yourself in a position where you're in the most way for the other alliance.
Exactly, without penalizing your team.
All right. Well, it looks like the next match is about to start, so we'll go down there now.
And on this number 6 alliance in the blue, who do we have?
Team 2383, the Ninjaneers.
And also in the blue,
Team Resistance, number 86.
And finally, rounding out the blue alliance, who do we have?
It's the Moose Team 1065.
All right. Okay, looks like we've got the field button up. Got the green light from the score. Referees, are you ready? Let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, we got Jacob in the booth. Hey, team's got a thumbs up. Jacob's got a thumbs up. Let's do it again. 3, 2, 1, go.
Team 744, Shark Attack, delivers their gear over for the Red Alliance. Here comes Team 5842, Real Robotics trying to fill up with the boilers. No seem to be going in just yet. Both Red and Blue Alliances got their rotors spinning in the autonomous mode. 2383, the Ninjaneers, delivered the gear for Blue. All right. The counters have been settled for the boilers. The Red Alliance got 10 fuel in during the autonomous period. The Blue Alliance got 8 fuel in. Blue Alliance getting another gear, placing it up, getting ready to get that second rotor spinning, third rotor spinning. Looks like they are now 2 gears away. Red Alliance seems like they're only 1 gear away. Let's see it. Here they go. Spinning it up. Red Alliance now has their 3rd rotor spinning. Less than a minute in this match. Team 2383 Engineers delivering another gear for Blue, while their Alliance partner fills up the boiler with fuel. Filling up the boiler is Team 86 Resistance. We're now in the end game. Red Alliance Team 744 Shark Attack shooting into the boiler. Here comes Team 4592 Mighty Mechanical Mustang. Trying to grab onto the rope, but first goes up the Engineers. All 3 blue robots are climbing. All 3 robots are climbing. Yes, all 3 blue robots are ready for flight. Red Alliance trying to do the same with 5 seconds left. 2 robots are up so far. 3, 2, 1.
That was a good match. So that was interesting.
Yes.
And that's something we haven't seen in a while, was 744 basically just really active zone defense and really doing a good job of, once you stop the Blue Alliance on one side of the airship, forcing them to go around, meet them on the other side of the airship and make sure they can't get through that way. What did you think of that?
No, it was played very well. 744 traditionally has played very strong defense and been known throughout the Orlando regional in its years, as playing really good defense, especially with strong contenders. So their driving is phenomenal, and they've been able to coach that with all their drivers, on the team since then. So commendable from Shark Attack. Like you mentioned, zone defense definitely helps slow the game down, prevent from 4 rotors from happening. Autonomous, neck to neck. There was only a 2-point spread coming out of Autonomous. They were pretty much at each other's throats the entire match, especially with 744 clomping down on the Blue Alliance, and it was amazing because Red Alliance, they had, it was 78-42. Oh, sorry, 58-42. That's Royal Robotics. They hit the hopper and they're just funneling all of this fuel into the boiler.
Yeah, it's a great thing to see, especially at the start of the match. Just all that fuel just flying into the air.
It was harmonious to see that, and on top of that, seeing the Blue Alliance have 2 robots. You have 86 Team Resistance, and then you have the Engineers, 2383, taking turns firing into the boiler while delivering the gear all at the same time in 15 seconds. Is almost overwhelming.
That's a lot. That's the most happening in Autonomous I've seen in a lot of games.
Right on, and then they were neck and neck. So it was like a great start to an exciting match.
Indeed. What did you think of 744's sort of strategy, aside from defense, which was, as they were doing it, collect balls, and then once there was no blue robot to defend, go over, try to jump up that fuel score a little bit? Do you think it changed anything, or do you think in a close match it would be more effective?
I think in a closer match it would have been more effective, especially if they're able to secure all 3 robots to make that hang. And if they see that Blue Alliance only able to match what they're doing, yes, that's a valid strategy.
Yeah.
But in this case, they're having a hard time with the hang, and on top of that, it was just, I felt like towards the end of the game, the last 45 seconds, better communication and the affair of how the match is going and an assessment of how Blue is doing is something that's critical for the coaches. So that's the hardest part about being the coach, is not only communication across your Lions members, but assessing how's the other Lions doing.
Yeah.
Are they having trouble? Are we doing better than them?
Especially with the live scoring that isn't always 100% accurate,
Right.
not something you should really rely on. So what do you think is the best way for coaches to really kind of track the match? Is it to kind of watch the rotors and see what's rotating? Or
Well, there's a lot of visual cues on the field.
Yeah.
You see the rotors moving. You have a sort of live, scoring system going on.
Better than in past
I
years.
think, honestly, the biggest enemy is time. It's keeping your eye on the clock. Oh, wait, at 50 seconds, we got to be doing this. At 30 seconds, we obviously have to be heading towards the rope. Or, hey, we hang in 5 seconds. Let's get that extra gear. Or let's dump more fuel into the boiler and then hang. And that's a judgment call that's super critical. It makes the final 30 seconds exciting on these matches.
Yeah, especially. And I really have liked the way that the last end game, as we normally call it, has really worked out in this game, especially because so many robots are effective at it, or at least competent in it. You know it's something that can actually change the course of the match in a second or two. So what do you think so far do you think there's, because we have to keep track of so many things, especially coaches in the field, do you think there's any way you can utilize the extra human player or the human player who's not doing anything in the other zone? Because we have that, or the third pilot, for instance? Like any of those things, do you think is something you could use as a coach to try to figure out that coordination a little bit better?
I think like with the coordination, a lot of hand gestures and signals is what we've been seeing a lot of teams use as legal forms of communication.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's rules, very explicit, like no like Wi-Fi or wireless communication with like a GoPro on like their forehead, where you can look at the driver's station wall and see what the corner human player is doing. Like something like that. Obviously, it would be super nice, but there's too much interference and comms and stuff like going on, and it's part of the challenge of this year's game. And so respectfully, like either like hand gestures or something like that may be a case. Maybe having like a visor of some sort with lights that display like certain things and something that might be something to keep in mind in the future, because we've seen Spam with like their backpack and their goggles that are like ultra bright and stuff like that, and teams have used like color coordination with their robots on like different phases the robots at during their autonomous cycle. So that's like an indicator or a health bar, if you will, of like what's going on with the robot or what is it doing right now by visually looking at it, or giving cues to like human players or even the drivers themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
So that definitely comes into play.
Yeah. All right. So we have the semifinal 1, match 2 coming up.
Yes.
What do you think each alliance needs to do to either move on or try to force that rubber match?
So with Spam's alliance, along with Crunch's, I think comes down with slowing down the flow. I think they need to take cues from 744.
Yeah.
The zone defense on point. The drivers are good enough to pull it off well without penalizing their alliance.
Oh, one moment. Okay. So apparently we were not getting the score because we're replaying that entire last match, in case you didn't hear Dan on the field.
The gear came out and blocked some. That it really affected the outcome of the match. So we'll be replaying it. In the meantime, we'll be catching some balls in the arena. Sound good?
Okay.
All right, so it looks like what happened is there was a field fault. Some of the game pieces got in the way. I didn't really get a full description. Did you hear it?
I didn't hear parts of it, bits and pieces. It's obviously what we saw with the peg falling off of the airship. So it gave an unfair advantage for the Red Alliance
because
they have 3 stations versus 2 on blue.
Yeah.
All
so
right,
we're gonna see that match again. We're going to replay it, but first it looks like we're setting up for semifinal 1, match 2, which is number 1 alliance versus the number 5 alliance.
Definitely. Was that the score?
No, because we're not showing the score. I think
that's what I thought.
It wasn't real.
Just sound effects.
Just sound effects.
Sound effects flying everywhere. So.
Yeah. So anyway, back to what we were talking about.
Yes.
So zone defense to try to slow Spam down. Do you think? So the one thing that 744 had was that Ninjaneers isn't the fastest robot. Like they're decently fast and they're smooth and the drivers know what they're doing. But Spam is so quick. Do you think there's a practical way to be able to stop them from one side to the other?
With zone, I think there's a way. I think getting to a position where their drivers panic. Granted, their drivers are great. They're seasoned.
Yeah.
To the point where they shift gears accidentally and cause that mishap where they got stuck on their own ball or fuel as a result. So doing something similar or putting pressure on not just them, but also on 4481, because we saw them panic a few times, especially when they have gears in the way. Granted, they can do floor pickup, but I think if you interrupt like some of the other teams that support Spam as a result from interfering with their gameplay, they don't know how to handle that pressure or that situation. So Spam's used to the pressure. They have really good with the driving.
Yeah.
But I think maybe perhaps play harassment. I'm not sure it's going to be a done deal or a good strategy, but that's something I haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
Put pressure on the support team, the other members of the number 1 seed alliance, and see how
put
they
a lot more pressure on Spam and make sure they can deliver.
So if you put pressure on the other 2 robots, just messing with them or harassing or whatever, just getting their way and getting them frustrated, where they start making mistakes, forcing Spam to stop what they're doing, help them out, help the alliance partners out.
Yeah.
That pulls them away from their gameplay. That, I think, is a valid strategy. That was something I would try to explore. Would that be something that Crunch should do? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, they need all their guns blazing just to get on par with Spam.
All right, it looks like we're going to go talk to the voice of Orlando Regional, Andrew Rudolph at the curtain again. Andrew, what's up?
Hey, so as you might have just heard, we're going to be replaying that match. So what happened was the spring, the peg on that lifting gate, or the peg that they lift up and they put the gears on, it actually broke off and was sitting on the that little barricade that there's there, and M3 couldn't get to their rope because the way that thing was sitting there, it was pushing on their bumper and they couldn't get forward enough to grab the rope. So they decided it was a field fault, and we're going to go ahead and replay that match.
Okay, cool. In the meantime, are we going to be running semifinal 1 match 2, or are we still holding?
Right now we're in a timeout. It was a 6-minute timeout, so I don't know exactly what's going on. I would have thought that they would have just played the next match. I don't know if they're going to pull the bots off. I was about to go find that out, but I figured explaining to you guys what was going on might be a little more critical.
Well, we and everyone watching really appreciate it. Thanks, Andrew.
No problem, guys.
All right, see you later. All right, so while we're in this match break, we've actually had a lot of time Thursday and Friday here at this regional to show you some of the other side of the Orlando Regional. One of the most important things and the things we value a lot here at Orlando is how many teams travel from around the world to this Orlando Regional to see what basically what we do and how we work. We have a video of that. We'll show it now.
I'm Ariam with the RoboShow, and here at the Orlando Regionals, we have teams representing 5 different countries: Puerto Rico, Brazil, Turkey, the Netherlands, and the United States. We had a chance to talk with a couple of them, and here's what they had to say. Coming to Orlando, what did you expect?
I expected it would be a lot of fun. It's a big city, and so far I'm enjoying it a lot.
It's really nice to visit another countries, you know, because it's a lot of different cultures, different things. So I think it's really nice when we travel. I love to travel, and so one of my biggest experience was to know another culture, you know.
Expected to have a good time. We're really interested in and we're passionate about robotics, so we were so super excited. And like, even little hardships, we kind of made it through.
Since you guys are out of the country, did you think you were at any disadvantage?
Yeah, I mean, the flight over here is like 15 hours away, and our family is like miles away, thousands of miles away. And like, of course we thought that there were going to be hardships, but I don't know, I think we have enough confidence and like, you know.
I don't believe we're at any disadvantage. I believe that we're playing in another way, so we're from another country, we have other standards, but I don't think we're less experienced or something. We're competing for a couple years, so I think our chances are about the same as all the other teams here.
At first a little bit, because it's a little bit tricky to get our robot from Brazil to here. So when we shipped him, we had to split him into 2 pieces. So when we got here, we had to rebuild it and test some things, and some things didn't go so well on the test because of this dismounting and mounting, you know. So that was one of the trickiest part, I think. But now it's everything okay, and sometimes the communications can be a little bit tricky, but I think that's all.
Did you have any interesting experiences?
We played in the last regional, and we got to the semifinals, and we had 2 tiebreakers in a row, and it was really nerve-wracking.
Did you have any surprises?
Surprises? Yeah, no, we didn't expect so large competition. And yeah, when we come here, it was a big surprise for us.
People here are quite enthusiastic, quite happy. They're all very happy that we're here, and we are happy that we're here too. It's a lot of fun.
Would you guys like to come back next year?
Yeah, sure. We definitely want to come back. We don't know if we are going to come back to Orlando or another state or city, but we really love the competition here. It's really nice, the size of the arena and everything. The teams are really good to us. They are really, how can I say, they were really friendly with us.
And that's what teams from across the world had to say about the Orlando Regionals. Back to the desk.
44-81.
From Eindhoven, Netherlands, it's Team Rembrandts.
Blue Alliance this match starting it off. We got Team 36-53.
From Pembroke Pines, Florida, it's the Botcats.
And their partner and their alliance captain is Team, what time is it? What time is it? 79.
From Tarpon Springs, Florida, it's Team Crunch.
And rounding it out, we got Team 35-56.
From Lake City, Florida, it's Get Smart.
Pilots, prepare to take flight. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, a little bit different lineup here on the Blue Alliance. Get Smart, letting Botcats be in the middle because they're firing back. Don't look like any of those fuel actually made it. Red Alliance unsuccessful in dropping that gear in autonomous. That means there is a 60-point deficit. Gears getting dropped, 2 rotors. Turning on both towers pretty quickly. Team 79, Crunch. Big hit from the Robo Rays. Trying to slow them down, but ineffective in doing so. Get Smart, sliding across. Lots of traffic in front of the blue zone. Spam hits the brakes, takes the long way around to get themselves in position to drop that gear. 4-4-8-1. The Rembrandts, they've got a gear looking to drop that off. Getting that third rotor turning pretty quickly. 1:30 left to play, and they're already working on the 4th gear. So is the Blue Alliance. Just about 1 minute left to play, and Spam has the gear in tow, so do the Rembrandts. 2 red robots with gears. Spam have dropped theirs off. There they go, dropping away. So does the Rembrandts. Making their way to that 4th rotor. 45 seconds left on the clock. 4-4-8-1 can't get out. Being blocked in by 79. Very nearly a pinning penalty. Nice driving from the experienced team coming up on endgame. Looks like Red Alliance is 1 gear short of the 4th rotor. We'll see what their strategy is related to that. 4-4-8-1 doesn't have a gear in tow, but Spam does. Time's running out to get those climbs. Get Smart, they're up. Robo Rays, they're up. Spam, bump and run, there it goes, and the gear's up in the airship. 5 seconds to go, it's turning. That's gonna be 4, 2, 1. 1 blue.
Oh, this game is last minute.
Yes.
Blue was winning up until about a second ago, maybe
Yes.
2.
Yeah, that was it.
Oh, so let's talk a little bit. Oh, it looks like we already got the score, so we're gonna go right there. All right, looks like the Red Alliance won, score of 428 to 204. So the Red Alliance is moving on to the finals.
Incredible.
60 in rotors.
Yes.
I saw some defense on, like you said, a little bit on not Spam.
Right, a little bit, but they kind of like pulled away, and I think it's because they let Spam go uninterrupted, and Spam, at least for 4 or 5 different cycles, like was able to go uninterrupted, the shortest path, drop them off, keep going, and they're just really good at deploying the gear onto that peg, and then coming back and funneling, and apparently there wasn't either enough pressure on the other 2 teams, or they're just like, let's relax. We have this huge lead.
Yeah.
And it didn't pay out at the end.
I think you're right. I think that's true. I think the Red Alliance struggled a little bit in the beginning to actually get into speed and get into rhythm. And I think a lot of that was because Spam didn't quite know which path to go every time.
Right.
And I think that's one of the things that really started to slow them down. But once they saw that their path was clear for a couple cycles, bang, 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 got them all in. I think that's something we haven't really seen a lot, is trying to keep teams off their off their game a little bit. Try to interrupt them, not so much as if I know they're going this path, stop them and make them the long route, which helps.
Right.
But with a team like Spam, you want to keep them keep them changing. You want to keep them moving, try to confuse them a little bit.
Right.
That's, I think, the only way you can stop or slow them down.
You got to convince them that, the fastest way is the longest way.
Yeah.
And I think once you get really good at that zone defense and blocking that short path, they're just not going to question that possibility. Like, you know what, I've been here 2 or 3 times. I end up wasting 5 seconds each time.
Yeah.
Not worth it. So let me just take the long route, and I'll, and essentially penalizing themselves out of efficiency. They want to be able to get that gear as fast as possible. And is that taking the long route? Fine, I'll take the long route. I have a fast robot. It's going to add an extra 3 or 4 seconds, but so what? I get the gear. That's fine. But the thing is, those 3 seconds add up.
Yeah.
And we saw it right here. They're able to get the high score again. They'll get all 3 robots.
By the skin of their teeth.
Yeah.
Just barely.
Incredible. Like, I genuinely thought, like, the number 5 seed alliance with Crunch would had a good opportunity to truly, like, use a strategy where they deliver the gears strictly to Crunch.
Yeah.
And let Crunch use their pickup game off the floor to just immediately start putting it into the airship. So having a supply chain or cycle go through. But I didn't see that with this alliance.
No, me either. I think it looked like they were just still trying to get that cycle working with a little bit of defense thrown in.
Right.
And they just couldn't quite make up the difference they had. So let's talk about the semifinal replay coming up again.
Yes.
It's the 6th alliance versus the 2nd alliance, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, because it's Eddie. All right.
It's a replay, so it looks like it's going to go through.
Yeah, so
it's a 2nd seed alliance and the 6th seed alliance.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Do a replay.
So it looks like they're announcing them now. So we'll go there at the moment.
And also in the red,
4592 M3, the Mighty Mechanical Mustangs.
And who are they taking on in the blue?
2383, the Ninjaneers.
And their partner.
Team 86, that's Team Resistance.
All right, and the moose is loose.
That's Team 1065, the Moose.
All right, we got a thumbs up from everyone. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? 3, 2. Got a little field repair going here. Huh? All right, we got the thumbs up. Field's repaired. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, replay of this semifinal match. 744 Shark Attack dropping the gear off. And the fuel goes flying from the Royal Robotics machine. I wish you could hear that at home. It sounds awesome. All right, looks like 9 fuel for red, 7 for blue. Small advantage for the Red Alliance. Teleoperated. Oh, 24. Wow, it counted a bunch afterwards. Okay. That's a big advantage then. Robots now working the gears. Team 86, Team Resistance, they've got a shooter as they try to fill up their hopper. Team Resistance just getting bullied around by the Royal Robotics machine. Team 744 Shark Attack parking themselves, trying to make it hard for the Blue Alliance to get out of that zone. So far, no one trying to. There we go, 1065, the Moose trying to come through, unsuccessful. Gonna make him take the long road. Engineers, they're coming through as well. 1 rotor only for blue, 2 rotors for red. Current scoring, Team 86, Team Resistance, putting a few points up, trying to claw back that big autonomous from the Red Alliance. 2 rotors per alliance. Looks like we need 1 gear on both sides for the 3. Red Alliance will be the first there. 1, 2, 3. That's 3 rotors. Blue Alliance is right there with them. 1, 2, 3. There it goes. Lots of robot-robot interaction right here in front of me between Royal Robotics and Team Resistance, trying to get through. 30-second sound alarms. Ropes deployed. Robots trying to get to their ropes. No one hanging just yet. Looks like the Moose is the first to get traction. They're going up and they've made contact. Royal is coming back down, having some issues. Touching it and sliding, touching and sliding. 3, 2, 1. Last second, 45.92. No.
Oh, man, that was fun. Okay, so first off, that was a crazy autonomous period.
Yes. I don't know what to start. I mean, it was just, it was overwhelming because we see
scores real quick. Sorry.
Out.
Blue Alliance took it. 3-6. Oh, to 306. Oh, they had 1 more robot hanging. All right, 306 to 316. Blue Alliance won that one, and it looks like it was the hanging robot that mattered. There was 1 robot on the Red Alliance who had the touchpad triggered and just slipped.
Red definitely did everything right in that match. It's just unfortunate that their last robot wasn't able to hang as a result.
Well, let's start with that autonomous period, because that was you're indeed crazy.
Yeah, it was probably the best autonomous I've seen by a single robot. 24.
Yeah.
24 went inside the boiler during autonomous on the top. So that was a huge spread as a result coming out of autonomous. And I was like, they got this. Red definitely has this.
Yeah, and then they followed that up with 744's great defense, kept the rotor race just right there neck and neck, and then even put a bit more fuel in the boiler to try to increase that lead.
Right, because they did an assessment, we noticed, between 50 to 30 seconds left on the clock. They're like, you know what, we're not going to get that 4th rotor. They focus on dumping fuel into that boiler. Smart play.
Yep.
Let's go back and hang. Everyone's on board, and then very last second, that robot fell from the rope, and that was it. It cost them the match.
Live by the hang, die by the hang. It's a lot of points, and if you don't quite get it to match, that's going to come out. All right, so it looks like we're in another field timeout now while we wait for the semifinal to match 2, because that was the replay. So in the meantime, well, as I said, we've been shooting a lot of stuff from the Orlando Regional as it's happened, and we got a chance to talk to one team, 1902, Exploding Bacon, about a new initiative they're starting this year. We're going to go to it now. Hey, I'm here with Rui from Exploding Bacon. So tell me, Rui, why are you in my studio?
Well, today we're actually filming First Like a Girl videos.
Okay, so what is First Like a Girl?
First Like a Girl is actually a social media movement initiated by Exploding Bacon 1902. and they feature short videos that hope to share personal messages from young women to empower girls to be more confident in STEM.
Very cool. And when did you guys start this?
It was actually 10 months ago, around 2016 World Championships, when we released our first video featuring a member from Exploding Bacon.
Very cool. And how are you normally sharing them out? Is it mostly just on social media, or is it like YouTube and through news? How is it getting out?
So our primary social media platforms we're using to get the word out is YouTube and Facebook. And all of our videos are uploaded to YouTube, so you can search those and find them on YouTube.
Nice. So we have a lot of teams here at Orlando, but not everybody in first is at Orlando. Is there anything other teams can do to do their own First Like a Girl videos?
Well, we definitely encourage all teams to go out and film their own videos and share their own experiences. For example, Team 2212 from Israel actually filmed their own video and a promo video for First Like a Girl in collaboration with Exploding Bacon to market to Israeli first teams.
Nice. So it sounds like you guys have had a lot of success with it. Has it been sort of taking off now this year?
Yeah, we actually have 12 videos published and 17 more in the works. And this past October at Roboticon, we were able to film a lot of girls there to have them share their story. And so we spread it to students, mentors, and alumni from all over First.
Nice. And do you have any advice for teams that are trying to start their own sort of thing? Any way to, like, common practices, best practices, things to do, things to keep track of when they're trying to make their own? And are there resources available for teams?
We have resources published online about what questions or what discussion points you can have when filming your own First Like a Girl video. These include some talking points, and really we just want the girls to know that they just should share their own personal story.
All right. That sounds like great.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Good luck this weekend.
Thank
Have fun.
you.
Back to the studio. Thank you from the studio with the lovely hair. First Like a Girl is a really good campaign, and I'm a fan of it personally. Full disclosure, I worked with 1902 for forever. I've worked with him for a while, and I'm glad they're getting it started, and it's running well. And I'm sure we'll see more of that as we go through the
Definitely.
season.
Even through social media, I've noticed it on my feed, on the few times I actually check Facebook. I was like, oh, that's cool, more of like the publicity and stuff, like getting people to kind of recognize, its importance.
Yeah, exactly. So while we're still in this timeout, because field fault timeout, let's talk about what the Blue Alliance needs to do to try to, or the Red Alliance, excuse me, needs to do to try to force that rubber match. What is the best way to get back into this?
Best way to get back is follow through on what they did before. I think their plan was solid. It's just execution. That third robot didn't secure the hang, so everyone should be getting into that robot and be like, all right, what failed? Why didn't we secure that hang last match? Because they had it. Their autonomous was on point. Keep doing that all the time, every day. No, but seriously, their autonomous was awesome.
Yeah.
That's like world championship level stuff. And we're seeing it here week 2, which is amazing. So it was beautiful.
Yeah.
They were able to trigger the hopper, 50 fuel went inside the robot, and nearly half of that went inside the boiler.
Into the boiler. And that's the sort of, like you said, it's like world championship level, and I did not expect to see Steamworks play out this way this early.
Yes.
Like, compared to last week, we've gone, it looks like 3 or 4 weeks down the first season. We're seeing a lot more use of fuel. We're seeing it actually start to impact matches, and we're seeing teams really start to find parity in the gears and hangings, so they're trying to find other ways to get that little extra edge, either by starting to really recognize and use defense or to get that fuel stuff.
For sure.
Looking forward into the finals match, we know we have our first finalist, the number 1 seed Alliance, with 180, 4481, and 1744. First off, how closely are they watching these matches?
Oh, the whole team watching these matches. Are you kidding me? Knowing the type of level scouting that 180 has been known for, especially being able to pick 1744 so late on the Alliance selections, something we were able to talk about before Alliance selections did start, is good scouting. It's good information, but not only good information, being able to understand the data and analyze it and curtail that information to what they need with their Alliance. And I think that's a critical component, because you can take the information, But if you don't know what to make with it or how to interpret it or how to filter it to what
Yeah.
you need for an alliance for your composition, it's a wasted. All that effort in scouting was wasted.
Yeah, and that's sort of one of the things that I think helps 180 stand out is because of that data processing they have. Getting the data is tricky, but most teams can do it. It's processing it and getting it to the way you want it.
Yes.
What do you think either of these semifinalist teams, do you think there's one that's better favored against the number one alliance? Do you think there's one strategy that works better against them?
Like I said, you got to stop that four-rotor.
Yeah.
You have to stop the four-rotor. You have to put pressure on zone defense where you convince 180 to take the long way. That is the fastest way to get to the gear and back, is to go the long way. Oh, it looks like match is about to start, so we'll go ahead back onto the field.
All right, this is our match, semifinal 2, number 2. The match after the replay. Blue took home a victory. Red needs a win to take it to a 3rd or 4th, depending on how you're counting, match. Red, Alliance 2, Alliance 6 in blue. Here we go. Started off with Team 5842.
From River Ridge High School, it's Royal Robotics.
And their partner, Team 744.
From Westminster Academy, it's Shark Attack.
Watch your controls, they're on the ground now. Sorry about that.
It's your old team, it's allowed.
Oh, jeez. They're going to get me. And rounding it out, we got Team 4592.
From MacArthur High School, it's the Mighty Mechanical Mustangs.
Blue Alliance this match, starting it off with Team 2383.
From American Heritage High School, it's the Ninjaneers.
And their partner and Alliance captain, it's Team 86.
From Stanton College Prep, it's Team Resistance.
And here they are, baby. The Moose, baby, is Team 1065.
From Osceola High School, it's the Moon.
Pilots, prepare for flight. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous period underway. 744 Shark Attack not able to get that gear on the peg. Looks like we've got 2 blue gears on the peg, so they'll get that spinning. But the shots raining down. They got like 25 last time. We'll see what they get to this time. It's like 14 to 8, but critically, Blue Alliance got that gear turning, that rotor turning in autonomous. That means they've got a 60-point advantage. Team 86, Team Resistance, dropping a gear and coming over to fill up that hopper. They're already working on their 3rd rotor. Red Alliance working, trying to get that 2nd rotor going. Gear is in position. They'll get that thing turning. Minute 30 left to play. Plenty of time to continue running gears and scoring points. Tough defense midfield between 744 and 1065. The Moose sliding their way through, making their way to the peg, dropping it, lifting up. There they go. They only need 1 more gear to get that 3rd rotor going. 744 Shark Attack sitting in position, trying to play some defense, stopping that blue alleyway. They're going to pull away as the shots fly on the red boiler. They've got 3 rotors apiece, and the fuel is flying. 744 Shark Attack, they've got a shooter. It's making them all. Looks like they maybe missed one. Wow, very consistent. 40 seconds to go. We're at 20, still counting 22 KPA for the Red Alliance. Royal Robotics letting them fly again, and 744. Endgame, here we go. It's going to come down to the hangs. Will that extra 12 KPA that the Red Alliance have be the difference? Ninjaneers, they're up. 1065 having problems. Oh, coming down hard I heard it come down royal. Broke the rope. What's that going to mean in 4, 3, 2, 1, 744? Yes!
All right,
red,
so
blue.
we saw that crazy autonomous again.
Yes.
And they got
pressure.
14 kilopascals out of it, which is nothing to sneeze at.
No.
What did you see on the other side? Because I missed blues because I was distracted.
Oh, me too. I was too. Quickly glancing down, 86 and 23, 83 Engineers, they were able to execute like their autonomous as usual. They didn't hit as high as an accuracy as they did before in previous matches. So it seemed like on both sides they didn't hit. But one thing they did secure was that gear. Score's coming up right now. Blue.
All right, we have our second finalist. The Blue Alliance
There it
won
is.
with a score of 315 to 263, 140 rotor points to 120 rotor points, and we have our finalists.
There you go. So we were talking about earlier on which of these two alliances would have to go against, the number one seed alliance with Spam. And both of them are equally equipped to handle Spam.
In very different ways, which I found very interesting. You discussed earlier 744 and 4592, great defense, solid. We know they can slow down teams. Also, 86, 23, 83, more offensive. They've done the 4 gears. We know they can match or try to match, get close to matching that number one alliance with the gears. So is their autonomous going to be the difference?
I think so. They're going to have to secure that autonomous, but also they have to play more flexible. And I think out of all the alliances here today, that 6-seed alliance with 86 resistance moves and even the Engineers, they're going to be best equipped in handling any defense, any type of any obstacles that approach them. They'll be able to pick up the slack from the other two robots and be able to have that chemistry. So they're the most flexible of the alliances. They're going to have the best composition in handling these situations and be able to deal with them.
Yeah, 100%. Well, while we're in our timeout now waiting for our finals match to start, we are not the only black and white shirts at the event today. Of course, our refs, who are calling all the penalties and making sure these matches go off without a hitch. We interviewed Melissa Smith, one of the refs here today, and this is what she had to say.
Welcome to Orlando with the RoboShow. I'm here with Melissa. She's one of our refs for this year. So how are you doing today?
Doing well. The game's going well. The field's running smoothly.
Excellent. So tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
Yeah, I've been doing first for, over 17 years now, which is pretty awesome. And, I keep coming back to Florida. I'm actually living out in San Francisco now. And we're doing the dream job at Google, which is awesome.
That's real awesome. So definitely inspiring other students that, through robotics, you get really cool jobs like over at Google. So tell us a little bit about this year's game, certain things you've been seeing, and kind of like advice you can give to teams.
This year's game, obviously, it's a lot more concentrated into specific pieces of the game, specifically gears. Gears are really important this year. Obviously, we've seen a lot of action and penalties with dealing with them. Specifically, if you get a gear stuck in your robot and pick up another one or maneuver another one, that's a major penalty. So my note is to pilots, just be very careful when you're pulling out those gears, because if they fall into your robot and you try to get another one, that's a major penalty.
That's good to know. So besides that, one of the things that we're noticing is the complexities with this year's game. Compared to other years, how difficult would you say this year's game is compared to other years?
So, every year has different complexities, right? So it just depends on the strategies that you go about. This year's game definitely requires a little bit more strategizing with your alliance beforehand. Like, for instance, you have pilots, you have 2 pilots up there. Make sure they both know who's going to go to put things up. Like, don't forget to start that first gear. You can't line up the second one until the first one's going. Things like that. Those are really important things to discuss and know ahead of time. And also just things like being aware, in the last 30 seconds, if you hit a bot while they're touching the rope, that's going to be an automatic touch for them, no matter if they got there or not. So just be very aware of the time and where you are on the field. Obviously, visibility is a little limited depending on where you are, but you have to work with it. Communicate with the people, your other drivers, and stay vigilant. Constant vigilance.
I know communication is critical, especially with that driver station wall. Sometimes very difficult to communicate that. It acts as a muffler.
Yep.
So definitely having hand signals or some sort of way of communicating that's legal within the bounds of the rule book is very important. So.
Oh yeah, definitely. I cannot emphasize that enough. We will see drivers trying to yell across the field through their driver station wall, and it's no one's going to hear you. There's a lot of music, there's a lot of sound, there's just a lot of excitement going on. So figure something out non-verbally.
Definitely. Melissa, again, thank you for coming out here and interviewing with us.
Yeah.
Take it back to you guys. Thanks again.
All right, well, we're still in the timeout, so we're going to go down to the curtain to talk to Team 744.
All right, hey guys. Yeah, I have Isaac from Team 744. Okay, you're a shooter. Phenomenal. Can you go through the process of how you guys built that?
So during build season, I was one of the ones that actually had to model the shooter. The original model I built out of wood. We probably went through about 20 different iterations of the model and tried to eliminate as many variables as we possibly could.
Okay, so how did you guys choose that one? What sold it for you guys?
After we were doing some different models and such, we played with the different compressions on the ball, and as we modeled it, we kind of figured out the different angles and such, and we figured that the one wheel with the back plate would produce enough backspin that if we went and hit the back rim of the boiler, that the ball would roll into the boiler, hopefully.
Yeah, no, that's such a good idea. Did you guys have to make any modifications while you got to the regional, or was it pretty set?
No, it was pretty set from the beginning.
Awesome. And you guys are coming to another regional, right?
Yeah, we're going to the regional in Tennessee, up in Knoxville, Tennessee, so hopefully we'll do good there.
Yeah, cool. Well, good luck, and thanks for coming on with us, Isaac. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Jesse. All right, coming up on the finals.
That's right.
What do you think is going to be the dominant strategy of each alliance? Personally, I think Red Alliance sticking to their game. 4 rotors, get the hangs, and hope that's enough.
Right. I think that's what they're going to be aiming for, and that's the origin of their alliance selections and what they wanted to have, is to make sure they secure that 4 rotor, and that's why they picked the robots they have.
Yeah.
So, yeah, totally agree with you. Continuing the game plan and doing that. It's going to be, I think, a little bit harder for this 6-seed alliance to be able to compensate, but I think they have enough of the right stuff to do it and execute it. They can't have breakdowns. They can't have the robots falling last second, at the end of the game. And I think what's critical, what's going to give them that edge is they're autonomous.
I agree completely, and I think the biggest difference between these 2 alliances is they can both get 4 rotors.
Right.
6 can get that extra fuel points to get a little bit over, but they don't have nearly as much a margin for error on that 4 rotor.
Right.
So they have to play a perfect teleoperated period to get that 4 rotor. Number 1 alliance, they have some leeway. They have about 30 extra seconds or so that they can play with to get that 4 rotor in the hangs. So I think what's going to be interesting to see is if the Red Alliance starts to see that Blue's matching them, if they start to try to interrupt it a little bit, because they know they have that buffer. They have a little bit more time than the Blue Alliance does. They're a little bit faster. Do they try to, if they see them starting to make parity, do they just start delaying them as they go?
I think so too. I think it's more like having that global sense of like what is going on the field, how is the other alliance doing, and assessing what they need to be doing in different phases of the game and being able to communicate that. We've noticed before there was some miscommunication with the pilots throughout the match. It happened once, during elimination rounds for each of the alliances. And they kind of like prevented those incidents from happening again in the future, or those close calls where the match could have been decided because I didn't know there was a gear on my airship that I could use, or I thought the rope was deployed, and it wasn't fully deployed, and having those instances happen as a result. Overall, I'm stoked for these 2 alliances to get it. We have number 1 versus number 6.
Yeah.
And number 1 has been very strong, very reliable. These robots are built really well. They don't look like they're going to break down very easily at all.
No, I mean, despite the rough defense, they've been holding up just stunningly well.
Yeah, it seems like no matter what teams have done to kind of like harass or influence their gameplay, they're like, okay, no problem, we'll do this. Or we'll do that instead, or we'll just go this way. Okay, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal for the number 1 seed alliance. And the fact that they can convey that confidence through their robots and the way that they play with purpose is extremely impressive.
Yeah, saying playing with purpose is a good way to put it, because there's nothing I've seen Spam's robot do that wasn't intentional and thought out and not methodical necessarily, but like no matter what happened, their backup plans have backup plans. They're ready to go.
Exactly.
Speaking of ready to go, looks like the field is now. We'll introduce the teams. Finals number 1. Let's go.
And it comes down to this. 6 teams left competing. We've got our number 1 seeded alliance in red and our number 3 seeded alliance in blue. In red, we have a team in 1744.
The Robo Rays from Naples, Florida.
It is their first finals appearance. Have them come out here on the field. Join me, celebrate them. And then, of course, their Alliance captain. They are no stranger to success. They have won a world championship in 2012. It's, of course, Team 180.
It's Bam from Stuart, Florida.
There we go. And their partner, definitely one of our furthest distance travelers. They're from the Netherlands. They've been to the finals once before, and they lost on a broken zip tie. Go figure, they're here for some redemption today. It's Team 4481.
Team Rembrandts here from the Netherlands.
Line up in front of your airships. And of course, the Blue Alliance will learn more about them in the second match, but we are going to introduce them out into the field now. We're starting it off. They're sneaky, but they're here to win. It's Team 2383.
The Ninjaneers from Plantation, Florida.
And of course, their Alliance captain, they've been here. They know the taste of victory, and they want another one here today. It's Team 86.
Team Resistance from Jacksonville, Florida.
And of course, rounding it off, this team was an Einstein team last year. It's Team 1065.
The Moose from Kissimmee, Florida.
Red Alliance, meet the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, meet the Red Alliance. Now, come together, shake hands, and then get ready to compete like crazy. Because it's the finals, baby. All right. Drivers, to your stations. Pilots, to your airships. The time has come to find out who will take this one home. Who will prepare their ships for flight and take off to victory. The airship gates are locked. The field gates are locked, and we've got a green light. There we go. Thumbs up. Pilots, prepare yourself for flight. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go in the first finals match. Team 180 Spam delivers a gear to their airship. Team 2383 Engineers deliver a gear to their airship, as does Team 1065 the Moose. That means Blue Alliance now has 2 gears. 1 minute. That gives the Blue Alliance a lead. So far, the score shows 123 to 118. Team 180 delivering another gear to their red airship. Team 1065, the Moose, delivering a gear over to their pilots. Spam delivering another gear. One minute, 20 seconds left. The Moose delivering another one to their airship. Spam delivering another to their airship. So far, we have 2 rotors spinning for red, 3 rotors spinning for blue. But here comes the Red Alliance. We now have 3 rotors are spinning for red. Less than a minute left in this match. Spam delivering another gear over the red. 45 seconds left. "35 seconds. Get ready for the end game. Here comes the Blue Alliance. Team 86 is going up. 180 is up. Here comes more blue and more red. That's 3 up for red. Can the blue match it with 10 seconds left? The Moose has got to get up. 7 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Red Alliance has 4 rotors are spinning. 4 rotors are spinning for red and 3
All right,
robots
a
are ready
fittingly
for
exciting
takeoff.
first finals match. It was so exciting, I'm glowing.
You're glowing. You're like
I'm
a Christmas
so
tree.
excited.
So much. Looks like the score's coming up. There it is to red. Looks like 4 to 3.
Fittingly, Spam got 180 rotor points.
Yes.
Spam's Alliance got 180 rotor points. So let's talk a little bit about how that went.
Yes.
So we thought we'd see a little bit of, we thought we'd see a pure shootout.
Yes.
Red versus blue trying to do it. What we didn't expect to see was 1744 playing a little bit of zone defense in the neutral zone. What was that about?
Yeah, they were going back and forth in the neutral zone. Anyone that would come into that neutral zone, whether they're going in or out of their respective alliance zone, basically we're just tag teaming them, beating them up, pushing them around, and just giving them a hard time, and then just lay off as soon as they enter the end zones of each side of the
Yeah,
field.
and I think that's actually a really smart defensive strategy from a team that from an alliance that we didn't see use any defense at all at this point.
Right, and I think what's even more surprising is that they were able to stick with the robot that they were trying to play defense with in the neutral zone. That's a hard area.
It's a gigantic space, yeah.
It's a gigantic space, but also you have the airships between 2 different sides of the field. Vision is critical, and it's very difficult at that part of the game because at one point you're going to lose visibility of your actual robot because the airship is in the way. You can't see it.
Yeah.
So the fact that either, I don't know if they have cameras inside their robot or they're using
just trying to drive by feel.
Drive by feel, yeah, that's amazing. Good
Yeah.
work on 1744 and being able to
and
do
well
that.
done for the Red Alliance to keep up their gearing pace. They got their 3 rotors with 15 seconds left, 20 seconds left?
Definitely.
So still plenty of time. They kept the other Alliance from getting their 4 rotors, and they just couldn't get back into the game.
It's interesting because even though the Blue Lions were able to get a good advantage on their autonomous, they still weren't able to come up with a divide during tele-op. And that's something that they were able to dominate. Red Alliance was able to dominate as a result of that. I don't know, moving forward, with the next matches, what would Blue have to do to shut them down? Obviously, they can't hit 4 rotors.
Yeah.
That's bottom line.
Yeah, and I don't see the Red Alliance letting them go unstopped or unslowed down again. That was so effective. I mean, 1744 did such a good job.
With the driving that 1744, I almost wish that they were kind of on the opposite alliance. They were playing so well with defense. Why don't you just prevent another robot from hanging? Simple as that, and do something like that.
Yeah. All right, looks like we got Jesse down at the curtain. We're going to talk a little bit of strategy down there. All right, Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah, hey guys, that was an awesome match. So I think what's important to note here is that throughout these final matches, a lot of teams find it important to watch their opponent's strategy throughout these quarterfinal, final matches and alter their own strategy to try and sort of take those points away. So you saw the Blue Alliance coming in strong with that autonomous mode. And you can also notice, especially Team 1065 Moose going more for those gears, similar to Team 180 Spam. And I mean, the rotor scores weren't too far off. So you did see the Blue Alliance trying to go maybe more for the gears and less for the balls. Overall, Team Spam, like you said, almost unstoppable, their alliance at this point. They did take that win, but it is interesting to note that these students are actively watching and changing their strategies as these games go along, and I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, you could kind of tell that 1744, or at least somebody on that alliance, knew that they could get 4 rotors, so they needed at least some bit of defense to slow them down a little bit. It seemed to be effective.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Jesse. Nice talking to you. Yeah, so we talked a little bit about...
Yeah, something's
we
not
don't
working.
really know what the Blue Alliance can really do to
They're like, oh, I
catch
hear
up.
it, I hear it.
Do you think there's anything Red can do in addition to what they already did? Like, I know it worked, and if it's not broke, don't fix it. But if there's something, do you think they're predicting a change of any kind? Try to mitigate?
If there's a change of any kind, would be,
I heard
think,
myself
positioning after autonomous. I don't know if there's something that they usually really key and focus in on, but during teleop, I think just being able to get the cycling faster, I think would be something that they're going to end up focusing on. It's like, I mean, every good team is thinking, what can we do to be more awesome?
Yeah.
And it's part of iterative design, it's part of a general engineering concept that's definitely utilized here in First Robotics, but with these teams is like, if I can cycle a lot faster and get to 4 rotors quicker, then that means I'm going to have more opportunity to start shooting. But this alliance, this number 1 seed alliance, at this regional, they may not need to shoot or get to that 4th, but at least it gives them more opportunity to hang and secure that win.
More opportunity to hang, and if they can get to that 4 rotors while the Blue Alliance still doesn't have enough rotors on the field,
right,
that completely opens them up to stop them.
Right, exactly.
Instead of having one robot try to kind of delay them, they have 3 robots then to just hang out by their airship and tag the blue robots as they come by.
Right.
And they can kind of dedicate more of their resources that way.
For sure.
I'm hoping to see... And fuel wasn't really a factor in these last matches, as you said. And I'm not sure it can be until Blue gets their rotors done. Like, I'm trying to think of a way for Blue to maybe slow them down enough to keep them to 3 rotors, but I'm not sure that's possible.
Well, let's play the what if scenario. All right, let's try this out. For the sake of Blue, they need to hit 4 rotors.
Yeah.
What if we allow Spam to hit 4 rotors? And they focus solely on getting to 4 rotors. Can they get to 4 rotors quicker? That's the question.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that was what they tried to do in this last match, and were surprised by the defense and realized that they couldn't. Like, it cost them just enough time to do that. So I'm interested to see if they try to go for more of a preventative strategy to try to hold Red to 3, and then try to outshoot them. Because I think that's now going to be, especially as we go later into the season, that's going to start being the game. Is do you each race for 4 and then try to score a little bit more?
Right.
Or do you try to keep everybody at 3?
Yeah.
Get your 3 hangs, and then count on fuel to get you over the edge.
Right.
And that's going to be interesting to see as the season progresses, and even maybe next match.
Right. I don't know, like, me personally, if I were Blue, I think the advantage is my autonomous. I want to keep that spread throughout the entire match, including teleop. So if I can, once I have my autonomous done, get into that cycle program, but have someone make Spam work harder for their gears. That's the only way of seeing it happen. I don't know how to do that in part of the cycling. That's very difficult.
If anybody knew how to do that, I imagine we would have seen it by now.
Right, exactly. It's just, how do you insert yourself into a scoring/defensive role at the same time? It's like, all right, I need to get a gear, but Spam's on their way. Let me hold back a little bit, force them around my airship, and then go.
Yeah, and at that point, it's value judgment, because we know holding Spam back 5 seconds probably isn't going to cost the 4 rotors.
No.
Holding them back 5 seconds 8 times might.
Yes.
But at that point, you're also giving up that 5 seconds, and Blue doesn't have the space. Blue doesn't have the time. I don't know. I don't envy the number 6
It's hard to
alliance.
dice it. The one strategy I have not seen against Alliance 1 is one we talked about earlier, is harassing the other 2 alliance partners on Spam.
True.
Like, would that do more harm or more good? Because we noticed that Spam's just a very fast robot with good drivers. They drive with purpose. So they're driving at a world-class level. We don't know that much about 4481. We don't know that much more for their other alliance partner as well. So would harassing them hinder or hurt that alliance?
Yeah,
as
the
a
question
result?
becomes how many gears do those two teams contribute, and if you can delay, is it more efficient to delay them from the gears than trying to stop or delay spam?
Right. So
That makes sense.
with 1744, like that was an excellent second pick for Alliance number 1, but as a result, you know, we haven't seen other roles that robot has done.
That's true, yeah.
So strictly, they've been more defense, and if we have an opportunity, let's give him a gear or two.
Yeah.
Fine. But like, if we shut down 1744's game, like, can the Blue Alliance be able to do that effectively? And 2, would that alone be enough difference where they can stop them from the cycling happening? I don't know.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen anyone try that strategy or go with that route.
All right, looks like they're starting to announce. Real quick, who's winning this match?
This is what I want a rubber match. I'm going to say blue, but deep down, red is so strong. It's going to be very hard to beat them.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I'd love to see a third finals match
Yes.
of this Orlando Regional, but really, I expect it's probably going to be spam. Well, it's probably going to be the Red Alliance. They've been so unstoppable this regional. And unless something drastic happens or somebody finally finds a key,
Yes.
we'll see. All right, looks like they're announcing teams now. Let's see what happens.
The number 1 seed. Who do we have in the red?
Team 1744 from Naples, Florida. It's the Robo Rays.
And also in the red.
Team 180 from Stuart, Florida. It's Spam.
And their partner.
4481 from Eindhoven, Netherlands. It's Team Rembrandt.
The longest distance award. Over here, we got the Ninjaneers. They won 2 regionals last year, or were in the finals in 2 regionals. They want to win one. Who do we have?
That's 2383 from Plantation, Florida. It's the Ninjaneers.
And also in the blue.
Team 86 from Jacksonville, Florida. Team Resistance.
And we've got the Moose Loose. Who do we have?
1065 from Kissimmee, Florida. It's the Moose.
All right. Could be the final match if the Red Alliance wins. If the Blue Alliance wins, we'll go into a playoff. Looks like the field is ready. Referee's ready. Everything's set. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go for all the marbles. Looks like Spam was able to drop that gear off. So was Ninjaneers, and sending shots back towards the boiler. There it goes. Okay, 86 to 78. It caught up. That means Blue Alliance has a small advantage. Team 180 Spam quickly dropping a gear and running back across right behind their alliance partner, the Rembrandts, who are getting themselves in position. Spam flying across, getting to their favorite spot there in the diagonal corner. The Moose trying to play a little defense as they come back. Team Resistance dropping another gear. They picked it up, another one up off the floor. That floor pickup, suction cup, lifts the gear up. Big hit midfield, 1065 and 180. Spam trying to push their way through. Team Resistance able to do so. Swinging back, 3 rotors about to be turning for blue. That's 3 apiece. They're both working on that 4th. Looks like Red Alliance needs 4 more. With under a minute to play, they can do it. Spam trying to push through the big stack up in front of the blue tower. Everyone seems to get through cleanly. Blue Alliance needs 3 or 4 more. Lost count there for the 4th rotor. Looks like 3 to go for Red. Coming up on endgame. Spam, 1 more gear in tow. That sound means 30 seconds are left. Scores are close. It's going to come down to the climbs. One gear left for the fourth rotor. It's in the tower. They're going to spin it and get the fourth rotor turning. There it is. Spam, touch and go. They're up. We've got 3 red robots. Yes. 5 seconds to play. The Moose can't quite make contact in 2, 1, finals. You pay for the whole seat.
All right, and that's it for finals match 2.
Yes.
Exciting stuff. Looking like we might have another high score. We'll see. I'm not sure it will be the high score, but it's, oh, speaking of scores.
That was
here
quick.
They come now. Maybe. All right, the 448 to 291. Looks like rotors were the big deciding factor in that particular match.
For sure.
Congratulations to teams 180, 44, 81, and 1744, your new Orlando Regional Champions. What do you think went right for Red in that match? How do you think they pulled it out?
They played it out the way they wanted it to. They got more efficient with their cycling. They found ways around the strategy. Blue played really well until a certain point where they just allowed 180 to go ahead and take the shortest path to to victory, which is that gear cycling. They were doing really well. There was traffic jams twice in the corner pocket where they're actually loading gears from the human player station zone. But beyond that, I mean, they just let them go, and that was enough. They had over about a minute to be able to continue with that quick cycles, and so they were able to get 4 rotors and then enough time to get all 3 robots to go ahead and hang.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of the defense we saw was mostly just Blue getting in the way. There were a couple times that I saw a lot of interesting defense as, for instance, Engineers was trying to go back for a cycle. They saw Rembrandt spitting on a gear.
Yes.
Messed with them for a little bit, caused them about a 4 or 5 second delay, and then continued on to get their gear, which I think is an interesting way to play it and a good way to play it as long as you're fast enough.
Right.
And I think that was the big problem with Blue, with the number 6 alliance this time, was that they had the right strategy for a little bit faster robots.
Right.
Like, it was just not quite quick enough on the loops, on the cycles, and they spent too much of their time trying to delay instead of trying to keep up with the gears. And it ended up not going their way.
Definitely. So with that, I know a couple of these teams are going to be going on to other regionals and stuff like that. Hopefully, a lot of people that have tuned in to the Orlando Regional realize, how strong this regional is, how difficult this regional can be.
Yeah.
A lot of people, kind of mentioned, Midwest and, other regionals, a lot tougher. Not to boast or anything or toot our own horn, but the level of play is extremely impressive this weekend. I'm really happy to see the way that the game is played, in terms of strategy, in terms of how we see the game evolve from a strategy point of view.
Yeah, that was one of the things I got most excited about in this particular regional, was that I didn't expect this game to really evolve into like a fully functioning, really the first game that we've kind of grown to expect a little bit until week 4 or 5, because it's so complex this year. Because there's that limit of the gears is so high and a lot of teams that aren't quite reaching it, I expected it to really come into its own later, much later in the season.
Right.
What this sort of foretells is that it's actually going to get way more exciting, way quicker than I expected. So I'm looking forward to the next week's regional and seeing next week's regionals and see what the next step is.
Yeah, I think so too. I think as we see the weeks progress and robots get more tuned in to how they operate, we'll see a lot more shooting throughout the matches, along with good defensive play. We're gonna see if it's a legit strategy to have zone defense, or is it just all-out shooting war? That's the best way to go. So we'll see which one wins out on top, and as the regionals go along each week.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what becomes the most important feature you see on robots. So it seems rope climbing is the must-have feature to get play that on Saturday. You gotta have a hanger. But I'm really interested to see if it's more important to have a quicker hanger or a quicker drivetrain. Of course, they're not mutually exclusive.
Right.
But I'm interested to see which one ends up having more value on a match-to-match basis as you go on. Because if you have that quick drivetrain, easier to get around defense, you get to the gears quicker, you can get that 4-rotor quicker, and you can spend some of that extra time dialing in your hanger, getting that ready. Or if you really try to struggle to get the 4 rotors, but you're getting your hang in 5 seconds.
Right. I think being able to hang in 5 seconds or less is awesome.
Yeah.
It allows you more opportunity, that extra cycle for a gear, or allows you more time to dump more fuel into the boiler to kind of even out that that game itself.
Yeah, exactly.
So it gives you more scoring opportunity. You know, having to take the full 30 seconds to hang. You know, at a regional level, it's fine, but when you start competing at a higher level, like, you want to have more opportunities to score. So definitely, I think a faster hang would be more ideal than a faster robot. If you're able to push other robots out of the way, it doesn't matter if you're slow at that point.
Yeah.
But if you're fast and then you get stopped and you can't get out of it, then that's going to slow you indefinitely.
That's true. I'm also interested to see the evolution of the fuel shooters. If we actually get to a point where it's really useful to focus on fuel until the operating period and see how that develops. Right now we have team 2383, the Ninjaneers, at the curtain. They were on the Blue Alliance, and we're just going to have a quick chat with them.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sophia, who is a pilot, and Pedro, who is the coach on 2383. First, Sophia, how did it feel to be on as a pilot on the airship? How did it feel?
Being a pilot on that airship, it's really been exhilarating. There was one point where our team got the 4th rotor spinning, and just being up there, turning that final rotor, being able to get that accomplishment, and then later on getting that highest score in the world without penalties. It was just amazing to be a part of that, to be right there in the middle of the field, seeing all the robots, seeing them climb at the last second it's beyond. It's really amazing.
All right, thanks. And Pedro, so there were some good things that happened during the strategy. There were some bad things. Let's start on the good things. What did you like that came out of your strategy?
What I really liked was the versatility in all our robots. Also, apologies for my voice. I've been talking all day. The main important thing in our strategy was this game is a lot of the teams are so equal. What distinguishes the best teams from teams that are slightly below is so tiny. And what I really like that went well for us is we try to play transitional defense. So when we're getting the gear and we see another team on the way, we try to slow them down. This means that we're making points and they're not making points.
That's great. So what do you think that, what was great about the Red Alliance that you just couldn't overcome?
The greatest thing about the Red Alliance was definitely 180 Spam's drivetrain. They are amazing. They are amazingly quick. Same thing with 44 id1. Their drivetrain is super quick. Their active gear mechanisms. We didn't have an active gear mechanism, sadly, and we tried to overcome it by auto. But their drivetrain and their gear mechanism, with how fast it is, it's very difficult to beat.
Great. So are you guys coming to any other regionals this season?
Yeah, we're actually going to another regional in New York during week 6, so you'll see us there. And we're really excited to kind of take everything that we've learned through these 2 regionals. We were also at South Florida.
Great. Well, thanks for talking with us, and good luck in New York.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks so much, Dan. And yeah, 86, 2383, and 1065 have a lot to be proud of in this event.
Mm-hmm.
They held probably the strongest alliance I've seen in Steamworks to date, and they really gave them a run for their money, and that's nothing to sneeze at.
Oh, for sure. I mean, 2383 is definitely going to have a huge advantage in New York. They have 2 regionals now under their belt.
Yeah.
They've dialed in their autonomous really well, and they're able to complement with other autonomous as well. So they're going to do awesome over in New York. So make Florida proud as a result.
Yes,
So.
I'm excited to see them represent us as they go on, and I'm really interested to see them try to tune in that auto, and I like it because it has the gear and the shooting.
Yes.
If they can get 86's level accuracy on their shooter,
Yes,
that's a really good auto.
exactly. And be able to see that.
Yeah, so we have, looks like right now we have Team 180 at the curtain, so we're going to go down and have a chat with them, see what it's like to win.
All right, we have the winning Team Alliance Captain 180 here. First of all, you guys faced an immense defensive challenge against the Blue Alliance. How did you overcome that?
They put up a very good defense, but luckily we were able to have another robot that helped counter their defense, and we were able to maneuver around them using strategics that we've worked out before.
So shooting played a very important part too. You guys were shooting in autonomous, and so did that help with your strategy?
The autonomous gear definitely makes a big difference when it comes to the final points.
Mm-hmm. And so where to now? Are you guys going to another regional?
Yeah, we'll be going to Rocket City out of Alabama in a few weeks.
Great. So how does it feel to be champions of the Orlando Regional?
It feels really good. This is all of our first year on Drive Team, so it's very new for us.
Wow, that's terrific. Well, we got a brand new drive team, and you guys did tremendous for your first regional. So thank you for talking with us, and we'll go back to the studio.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Dan, and the rookie drive team from Spam. That's insane.
I thought they were seasoned. Like, seriously.
Yeah, that was that is incredible. That amount of practice and precision as they go through their first time behind the glass at their first regional event, no less.
Yes.
They're gonna Rocket City.
Yeah.
Be aware.
Yeah.
Spam is coming. They're really good.
20 years as a team. They learned a few things here and there.
A few things.
Yeah.
So we have one more package for you that we shot during the day. It's not only us veteran teams and 20-year-old teams like Spam at the Orlando Regional. For a lot of teams, it's their first time in the first event. We took our RoboShow intern down to the floor to chat with some of those teams just the other day. We're going to go to it now.
What was the hardest part for you this build season?
I think the hardest part was probably the bumpers. The idea that we had at first was not allowed with the competition, so we had to think of a brand new idea, and being our first year, we didn't know. So we spent all of yesterday getting the bumpers made. When we were putting the blue on, we didn't know exactly how to do it, so Combat helped us figure out how to get them on and how to align them.
They came to us with a part that they needed. You could see that they were having a little bit of an issue, and we wanted to make sure they got to their match at the end of the day yesterday, which we did accomplish together.
What was your favorite moment of this year?
We passed inspection.
So how was the build season for you this year?
Our build season was a little complicated. There were definitely some ups and downs, but for the most part, it was a really good experience. I think the hardest experience would probably be communication and teamwork. Like when we started, we were working well, but because of the long hours and the stresses of how much we needed to get the robot done within the 6-week build period, it was kind of like everyone was conflicting and starting getting arguments. That was probably our hardest part as a team, trying to keep us all together.
Will you be doing this next year?
Definitely.
Is it difficult to do 2 regionals back to back?
Yeah, of course, because we are Turkish and 18 hours in the travel and 12 hours with the plane and 5 hours with the car. It's so hard, and our main language is Turkish and here English. We are not native ones, so it's too hard, but we will try to do our best. So.
What teams have helped you so far this year?
Spam, Explosive Bacon, Clockwork Mania.
What is your main focus?
Deliver the gears, feed it, and then do autonomous and play defense.
How did your team get started?
We started in 2010 as an FLO team. One of our team members, which was the leader of it, she started the whole program. And from there on, we started to have an FTC team. And then from there on, we started to have an FRC, which took about a couple years, but we got it.
What is the changes from FLL to FRC?
It's more challenging. The competition is bigger. There's more people. The robots are more bigger, more hard to build, to construct, and they're way heavier. They're way more challenging, and it's hard to drive sometimes. And even the programming is hard too. I don't know. It's way more difficult, but it's more fun.
All right, yeah. Oh, so not to age you, but when was your rookie season? How far ago?
Oh my gosh.
Look back into the archives when you didn't have a twirly mustache.
Yes, back before Gabe's beard was even a thing.
Exactly.
I have this 15-year pin, volunteering.
Hey, look at that.
Look at that. So my first year was 2001 as a result. So yeah, a lot of good memories. I started volunteering through Lego League and then eventually got involved with First Robotics. So
nice.
Seen a lot of cool robots throughout my career, I guess, through First, my volunteering and all that stuff. So
yeah.
How about yourself?
My first year was in 2005, and I went through as a student and then a volunteer later as I went on. And that rookie year, it's rough.
Yeah,
it's
it
rough.
is.
I was on a team, a veteran team on my first year, and then started a rookie team on my second year because I'm a crazy person.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that, even with resources and mentors and a lot of help, that's just so intimidating. And it's really nice to see the rookie teams here get support and meet all the new teams and all the veteran teams and sort of find out that, hey, we're welcoming, come back, please keep going, because the second year is not easy either.
The first year is always the toughest for a lot of teams, and it's mostly because they're still trying to figure out what to expect when they come to the competition. Like, all this is overwhelming. All this is very new. Like, a funny short story, like, with Pink Team, for example, that was the team that I was an alumni on.
Yeah.
Their first rookie year. I was not a student at the time, so that's how old the team is as a whole. Their first year.
Older than you?
I was
Gosh,
older
that's
than
old.
me. Yes. No. Not quite. Almost. But the first year, they were made fun of, like, at the competition, mostly because they came with a robot that looked like a shopping cart, and they were dressed in all pink. And so it was really embarrassing. The students kind of embraced it. And then they somehow got the Rookie All-Star Award, which is a big mention.
Yeah.
You know, the following year, they started getting a lot better and better and better. And then it became, oh, look at that team. They're wearing pink, and kind of laughing at them too. Oh, God, it's the dreaded pink team.
There's the pink
like,
team.
oh, God, you know, like, watch out. You know, like, so we developed that reputation, you know, through learning from our mistakes. Especially that rookie year was a learning step. You know, the robot barely moved. It didn't do a whole lot. You know, like I said, it didn't look like an ideal shape for the robot for that year's game. But that's something that your legacy on the team, you know, with whoever you're with, you know, whoever you're mentoring, you know, definitely comes to fruition and learning. And so it's okay to ask for help in the pits. Like, what was it, back in 2004, I remember in championships, back when it was just, it was at, the first year was in Atlanta in 2004. There was a team in the New York Regional that competed. The robot from the New York Regional to World Championship got destroyed. And the first day, Thursday, they see their robot in their pits mashed up in the crate. And basically the shipping company's like, sorry, too bad, so sad. So 5 teams got together and helped them build a one-day robot. And frankly, it was a lot better than the robot they shipped, but it competed, did well. They ended up getting a judge's award at a championship level. So, like, really cool story to see how, like, even though we're competing against each other, like, other teams can get together as a cohesive unit and help others out, especially like that. I would hate personally be in that situation. And it's heartwarming to know that other teams kind of understand that. They've been there. They've been rookies before. And
and in rookie year, just getting the robot working is the victory. Like, my favorite thing about that piece is that, what's the hardest thing about the bumpers. The bumpers are the hardest thing. Yeah. And then what's the favorite part? Passing inspection.
Yeah.
We've won. That's great. No, that's one of my favorite things about rookie teams is that being here is the win.
Yes.
And then anything we can do to kind of help that experience and get it better is just bonus on top of that.
Absolutely.
So it looks like the awards are being set down on the field. On behalf of our team down at the curtain and on behalf of our 3 interns that were wonderful this year, thank you so much, all that came out. We are going to wrap up. So thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed it. I was James Austin.
I'm Gabriel Salas.
Thank you so much. Have a good night, everybody.
The music comes back up. I love it. This was a fantastic competition. We saw some of the best matches we've seen in the entire 19 years, and I cannot wait to see what year 20 brings us next year. It's going to be great. Thanks to all the people behind the scenes that help make this happen. Folks, from the sponsors to the regional planning committee, the field crew and the scoring table, to the volunteers in the pits and the machine shops, thank you very much. And mentors, thank you. We need more of you as FIRST in all its programs continue to increase. We need more people like you. You are the key to success for so many students. Let's have all of the students carry on the tradition of standing up to thank their mentors and coaches. They volunteer their time, their efforts because they believe in you. So please thank them and respect them and appreciate them for all that they do. And now, as the competition winds down, let's take a minute to reflect on all that it is that you've accomplished throughout the season and here this weekend. First is about so much more than robots. It's about teamwork, developing relationships, learning new skills, preparing for college or the trades, and accepting responsibility, having fun, and of course, building character. It's not easy to do what you just did, designing and building and competing with a sophisticated machine in a competitive atmosphere. But no matter how you or your team fared at this event, I can guarantee you that by participating in FIRST, your future is brighter. You are amazing. And it's been great to be here with you this weekend, surrounded by such supportive community and cultural changers. So, that's what I've got to say. Now let's hear what the judges had to say. Please welcome our judges back onto the field to help me hand out some hardware. All right, little bit of housekeeping. We'll have teams enter here on the left and exit stage right. I think this is, I was never in theater. I think this is stage right. And then we'll exit back and around the curtain where we have a photo booth set up, and you will take a picture and you will surely all scream and interrupt the next award. That's okay, we want you to do that. Now for the moment we've all been waiting for, our first award is the Imagery Award in honor of Jack Kamen. This award celebrates attractiveness in engineering and outstanding visual aesthetic and integration, from the machine to the team appearance. From thinking safety in their pits to building robots, to believing in team, their theme is support of all FIRST principles. The team built kayaks in the off-season to help navigate their way to truly think, build, and believe. Congratulations to Team 4592, the Mighty Mechanical Mustangs.
From MacArthur High School, M3, the Mighty Mechanical Mustangs.
For just a short second, they let us believe there was only one member of the team. All right. Our second award is the Team Spirit Award, sponsored by FCA Foundation, and it recognizes extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork. I think you all deserve it, apparently. This team traveled out of their way to show their support for the First Spirit. Other teams know them as friends, competitors, and allies. They are a generational inspiration and a true Turkish delight. Congratulations to Team 6232, Flora Bison.
From Istanbul, Turkey, it's the Flora Bison.
Celebrates creativity in design, use of components, or a unique strategy of play. This team had a creative approach to robot driver interface that really lit up the judges' day. Their gear handling device used a lot more than just hot air. Finally, with a double shooting mechanism, watch out, the Moose is on the loose. Congratulations to Team 1065, the Moose.
Osceola High School in Kissimmee, Florida, it's the Moose.
All right. Woo! Ow! The next award is the Entrepreneurship Award, sponsored by Kleiner Perkins, Caulfield, and Byers. This award celebrates the entrepreneurial spirit by recognizing a team that has developed the framework for a comprehensive business plan to scope, manage, and achieve team objectives. This team has built key relationships with their community and sponsors. They successfully infiltrated sponsors with alumni as interns and employees. Known, liked, and trusted because they roll up their sleeves and make a difference, they are the Robot Mechanics. Congratulations to Team 3932, the Dirty Mechanics.
Beach County 4-H Association in Boca Raton, Florida, it's the Dirty Mechanics.
This rookie team is not new to First. They came together to form a successful FLL and FTC program before competing in FRC this season. They exemplify the core values of First through their outreach in their community. To these rookies, it's all about teamwork and working together. These stars are no one-hit wonder. This inspirational team is here to stay. Congratulations, Team 6473, the Rockstar Robotics.
From the Boys and Girls Clubs of America in Orlando, it's Rockstar Robotics.
There we go. All right, we'll make sure we get their awards to them. Well, and she's one of the mentors too, so yay! I was about to accept your award on behalf of the Academy and all of that good stuff. La La Land. Ah. I already made the joke once. I can't use it again. Moonlight! Woo! All right. This is way more important than the Academy. You kidding me? Forget movies. We're building robots. You can change the world through entertainment. I'm a firm believer of that. But at the same time, real innovation happens here. All right. Which award are we on? The Quality Award, sponsored by Motorola Solutions Foundation, celebrates machine robustness in concept and fabrication. The winning team demonstrates these characteristics in many ways, from planning through execution. Building the robot is only part of their success, and the judges recognize them as a quality example to others. They work less in a pit and more in a suite, articulate and informed, which was each member we'd meet. Teamwork and robots, seamless like cogs, always so styling, though they're not wearing clogs. Congratulations to Team 4481 Rembrandts.
From Eindhoven, Netherlands, it's
All right, our next award is the Gracious Professionalism Award, sponsored by Johnson & Johnson, and recognizes outstanding sportsmanship and continuous gracious professionalism in the heat of competition, both on and off the field of play. To win, I told you it would happen. To win, a team must exemplify the principles of first, fairness, humility, sharing, and persevering in a winning attitude. This team served gracious professionalism in coaching rookie teams nearby. They also combined their skills to help an international team feel at home. The team who exemplified this awesome gracious professionalism is the unlikely joining of Terriers and War Eagles. Congratulations, Team 21 Combat.
From Astronaut and Titusville High Schools in Titusville, Florida, it's Combat.
Process reflect the mission of FIRST by demonstrating sound technology development from start to finish. This award goes to a robot with many attributes. They are a one-man Xbox machine. This robot is fast, strong, and agile. They competitively achieve the objective of the game. This award goes to a robot with speed, power, and maneuverability. Congratulations to Team 180 Spam. Congratulations. All right, next award is the Judges Award. During the course of the competition, the judges panel encounters teams whose unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition, yet they do not fit into any of the existing award categories. Today, the judges have defined the following special award as a Judges Award for one such deserving team. This team has gone beyond local mentoring, community service, and school activities to include spreading first all the way to Tallahassee. We'd like to acknowledge the STEM ambassadors for attacking the legislative process, procuring funds for First Florida teams. Congratulations to Team 744, Shark Attack. I think they just won state championships in basketball too, and I think a couple of their guys are on the team. So they've had a good week. All right. The Industrial Safety Award, sponsored by Underwriters Laboratories, celebrates a team. Sorry, that caught me off guard. The safety fundamentals by using innovative ways to eliminate or protect against hazards. The winning team consistently demonstrates excellence in safety through the heat of competition. This award is chosen by the lead safety advisors from UL and the event volunteer safety advisors. So they're going to join us here on the field, I think. Oh, hey, you snuck up on me. Welcome to the dais. This year's winning team has created a safety culture that serves as a blockade against danger, risk, and injury. This safety culture, combined with their safety nuts, is defiantly a winning combination. Congratulations, Team 456, Siege Robotics.
From Warren Central, Vicksburg Catholic, and Vicksburg High Schools in Vicksburg, Mississippi, it's Siege Robotics.
Okay, I'm going to read this one quickly, and you'll see why in a second. The Innovation in Control Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation, celebrates an innovative control system or application of control components to provide unique machine functions. This team's attack the control system for all directions. They use driver interfaces, software, electrical, and mechanical components to capture, plunge, and deploy gears. Their automatic control system took the airships. Congratulations to Team 456 Siege Robotics.
From Warren Central, Vicksburg Catholic, and Vicksburg High School, in Vicksburg, Mississippi, it's Siege Robotics.
Break through the silence. I can feel the energy rising. Turn up the silence. I can feel the energy rising. Turn up the silence. We were never meant to be quiet.
All right, it's deja vu all over again. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. The Excellence in Engineering Award, sponsored by Delphi, celebrates an elegant and advantageous machine feature. The team that wins this award must be able to describe as well as demonstrate the chosen machine feature. This team designed a unique gear pickup mechanism so their robot can consistently and automatically capture gears and effectively deploy them. The judges couldn't resist this feature. When they go into hunting mode, this team definitely goes against the current. Congratulations to Team 86 Resistance.
From Stanton College Prep in Jacksonville, Florida, it's Team Resistance.
There we go. All right. Next award is the Highest Rookie Seed Award. This award celebrates the highest rookie seed, highest seeded rookie team, there we go, at the conclusion of the qualifying rounds. Congratulations to Team 6722, Seahawk Medal.
From Sun Lake High School in Land O'Lakes, Florida, it's Seahawk Medal.
They don't know us. In the lights we are discovered. Yeah. 'Cause they don't see the way we dance, and they don't see the way we love, and they don't see the way we lose ourselves.
This is the talent of these outstanding competitors, and they were sensational, and we are proud to honor them. So congratulations to our Alliance captain, Team 86, and their partners, Team 1065, and of course, Team 2383.
That's Team 86 from Stanton College Prep in Jacksonville, Florida is Team Resistance. 1065 from Osceola High School in Kissimmee, Florida is the Moose. And 2383 is from American Heritage High School in Plantation, Florida, the Ninjaneers.
All right. But wait, there's more. This regional has generated a wild card, and the wild card is given to the alliance captain of the finalist alliance. So congratulations to Team 86, Team Resistance, who has been awarded a wild card position, qualified to attend the first championship. You do not need to come back, but it's pretty neat. You get to go. Going to the ship. All right. The next group, I'll call your numbers. Please come down one at a time. All right. The remaining awards are all awards that qualify the award-winning teams for the championship in April. So, this is the big money. No whammy. First, the Orlando Regional Champions. This alliance rose to the challenge of First Steamworks and can now hang a winner banner from their airship. Please join us in celebrating their achievements. Congratulations to Alliance Captain, Team 180.
From South Fork, Clark Advanced Learning Center, Martin County High School, Jensen Beach High School in Stuart, Florida, it's BAM!
Our next award shall also qualify us for the championship. The Rookie All-Star Award celebrates the rookie team exemplifying a young but strong partnership effort, as well as implementing the mission of FIRST to inspire students to learn more about science and technology. This is not an easy challenge for a rookie team, but the judges want to recognize and reward one team that got it right. FLL teams and organized the competition. Their outreach efforts range from gifting robotic sets to the Society for the Protection of Children and working with refugee mothers to help children learn the Turkish language. Congratulations to Team 6409, Rodriguez.
It's Turkey, it's Odarina.
Our next award is the Engineering Inspiration Award. It celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within a team's community. Inspiring others to respect science and technology requires passion, knowledge, and commitment. FIRST celebrates these qualities by presenting its Engineering Inspiration Award. The winner of this award will have their 2017 championship registration fee sponsored by NASA. It's a big deal. This team is on a mission that goes beyond building robots. They build the community, bond through FIRST, and go beyond with diversity. They demonstrate measurable success, inspiring girls to pursue STEM careers through their Build Like a Girl workshops. Maxwell Smart has a slogan, "Missed it by that much." But these agents, along with their trusty companion K13, build bond and go beyond. Congratulations to Team 3556. Get smart.
From Columbia High School in Lake City, Florida, it's Get Smart.
All right. Our next award is the first Dean's List finalist. These finalists are outstanding, passionate student leaders who demonstrate exemplary effectiveness at attaining FIRST's ideals. They were nominated by their teams for their direct contributions and impact on others, exemplifying leadership and commitment on the team and in their community. First Dean's List finalists recognized here today are also our nominees for the first Dean's List at the championship. I will announce the names one at a time. 3 words: branding, FemSTEM, and Nemo. I will announce each one at a time, sorry. Congratulations to the first Dean's List finalist, Caitlin Bowman from Team 5816. Caitlin, you get to help present the next award. How are you with public speaking? Probably pretty good. You're a Dean's List winner. All right. The next Dean's List finalists, 3 words. This is actually genuinely an Academy moment here. I'm going to guess it says dynamic, visionary, and compassionate. Congratulations to the first Dean's List finalist, Dylan Sisu from Team 6409. Take some pictures. And Mr. Barry Bonsack has a special announcement for the Dean's List Finalist Award winner.
I'll wait for the pictures. Got it? All right, I would like to invite both the Dean's List finalists to come to the Kennedy Space Center to join the Florida First alumni for a special VIP tour. In previous years, we were able to go inside the vehicle assembly building, and this year I have something really special planned for the First alumni and our Dean's List finalists. You're going to sign up. Send me an email. That's my business card. Send me an email. First alumni, join the LinkedIn. We're going to have the sign-ups on the LinkedIn in the first week of April. It's going to be the first Friday of August. August 4th will be the date of the tour. Congratulations.
All right. Hopefully she can make it back from Turkey for that. Foreign national paperwork. Oh, boy. Congratulations. This is awesome. All right. Now, for the 2-page long Orlando Regional Chairman's Award. This award is the most prestigious award at First. It honors teams that best represent a model for other teams to emulate, and best embodies the purpose and goals of FIRST. The Chairman's Award is presented to the team judged to have the most significant measurable impact of its partnerships among its participants and community over a sustained period, not just one single build season. The winner is able to demonstrate progress towards FIRST mission of transforming our culture. The recipient team will be invited to a FIRST championship, where it will compete for the Chairman's Award against winners from other qualifying events. This team has spread the FIRST message by their community involvement and global STEM outreach programs. They maintain strong relationships with their sponsors, showcasing their team and accomplishments at company events. Additionally, they promote FIRST throughout the year at community events, summer camps, and competitions at all age levels. They continue their long-term commitment to teams they have fostered. Their imagery and marketing sets a standard, always available and willing to share their knowledge via their website, Facebook, and Skype. Their videos highlighting women in technology sparked an interest in FIRST around the world. Oink, oink, boom. Congratulations to Team 1902, Exploding Bacon.
From Orange County 4-H in Orlando, Florida, it's Exploding Bacon.
Go. Instrumentation. Go. Comm. Go. GCQ. Go. Umbilicals. Go.
LC, you are go to initiate terminal count.
Having fun doing cool things that help people. The opportunity to learn.
Dinner with my second family.
I get to wear a pig costume.
I get to build cool robots. Helping girls find confidence.
I've learned that I love teaching people how to do what I love to do almost more than I love doing it.
I get to help send science kits to other countries to learn about STEM, and I get to help run robot summer camps to teach younger kids about STEM and robotics. It makes me happy to know that I'm making a difference out there.
Collaborating with teams around the world.
50% growth in sponsors.
Connecting with local tech groups.
We are reaching people past their physical boundaries.
I think it's important to forge relationships with other teams because you're able to learn things from them, make friends that you might not be able to meet, and you're able to share your passions with them.
Our notable image makes FIRST loud.
Helping teams become more sustainable.
6 years of summer camps.
800 summer camp resource books shared.
We have alumni clubs at 3 Florida universities, promoting progression through FIRST.
I was on an FLL team, and I still am. We were started by Exploding Bacon. Our team is even going to Worlds this year. I will be part of control systems because I am interested in programming.
More than 100 outreaches.
3,000 student hours in 3 years.
Enduring relationships with the library,
Science Center,
Central Florida Fair,
and NASA.
Spark's an international outreach organization where we send reusable science kits to developing countries around the world.
Our goal with Spark is to inspire kids around the world to learn more about STEM, become tomorrow's problem solvers, and lay the groundwork for future FIRST teams.
The First Like a Girl program, initiated by Exploding Bacon, empowers young women to be more confident in STEM. This video campaign has 11 videos already published and 17 more being edited. First Like a Girl has reached a global audience, with Team 2212 The Spikes filming a video to market to Israeli teams about the First Like a Girl program.
My name is Jordan.
I am Jessie.
I'm Sarah.
And this is how I do First Like a Girl.
This is how I do First Like a Girl.
That's how I first like a girl.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the awards ceremony and the first Steamwork competition here in Orlando, Florida. Please join me in congratulating all the teams on their performances and, more importantly, for their efforts and towards a successful future. Good luck to all the teams that are competing again this season, and we hope to see the rest of you back here for another exciting First Robotics competition next year. Thanks, everyone. Safe travels, and have a great night.